Hello there. I am Sir Yitmit, and I welcome you to the adventures in Dundras. Last time on the adventures in Dundras, our intrepid band of heroes, Talos the Dragonborn Paladin, Dain the Dwarven Paladin, Milo the Halfling Rogue, and Greyhound, their new kobold ally, were making a journey through the underdark, continuing to escort the mysterious treasure from Port Lamontagne to Lancasquer. Their journey brought them to the underdark, where they continued to navigate its winding paths and treacherous caverns, seeing lakes of lava, underground lakes of water, skeletons embedded in the earth, and coming upon the denizens of the deep. Through their journeys, they eventually came across a system of tunnels that were covered in cobwebs. Exploring further, the party discovered a battlefield filled with the bodies of drow and giant spiders. Not wanting to stick around, they quickly investigated, finding the body of one of the drows who was still alive, cocooned in a web. The party quickly freed him and loaded him up into their wagon. As he was still paralyzed, they tied him up, unsure of his intent or who he was. As they heard some skittering of feet in one of the tunnels behind them, they fled the tunnels, eventually finding a calm spot to rest. From there, they recollected themselves, gathered up their things, and continued their journey, until eventually the drow woke up, to which Greyhound and Milo proceeded to interrogate him. The drow wasn't too terribly happy about this, as Milo was very shrewd in his interrogations, while Greyhound poked and prodded him to the point of annoyance. Eventually, though, the party stopped for the evening and rested, setting up camp and taking shifts. Unfortunately, during one of their shifts, one of the party members was not as perceptive as he probably should have been. And the next thing the party knew, they were attacked, as one of the Drow's allies had come in and freed him from their imprisonment, and proceeded to have an entire party of Drow attack them, being led by a terrifying Drider, a combination of a giant spider and half Drow. The party was cornered as a terrific battle erupted. But as the party gained ground, constantly fighting the oncoming Drow and taking out the Drider, the Drow that they had captured originally made one desperate final attempt to even the score that they had done against him by charging towards the tent of the treasurer. Rushing after him, both Greyhound and Milo were able to stop him, as Milo shot one final arrow into him. As it erupted in a thorny explosion, the Drow collapsed, dead. Packing up camp quickly, not wanting to be ambushed by any more potential swarms of reinforcements, the party continued onward until they found another new place to sleep for the night. The next day, they continued onward until they reached a set of stone doors with 4 guards protecting it. They inspected the caravan, ensuring that they were safe and not a danger to the city, and allowed them to pass. Upon opening the giant doors, the party was blinded by sunlight for the first time in a week, and as they passed through the fortress that guarded the entrance that they had entered, they beheld their goal at long last as they gazed upon the capital city of Lancasquer. What new trials and dangers awaits our party as they finally make it to their goal, the city of Lancasquer? Find out on this exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras. But first, let us hop in and see how our players are doing for today, how their previous week was.
Then make me realize I'm not mentally well.
Hello there.
Oh, hi, Tim. That was a great time to jump in.
Indeed. What'd I miss?
Oh, we were just talking about the latest addition to Meme Fest.
Ah, I see. Ah, yes. I see that. Ah, Lord. So how was y'all's week?
It's been a slow week, but interesting. It's the ride being a mess.
Yeah, I remember last time you were saying that it had a lot of electrical issues and wasn't able to be operable for most of the time that the park was open.
Yeah, like that's fixed now. But yes, it is. It's still not playing nice with everyone.
Looks like Talos may not be able to join us until maybe a little later. Let's see.
Yeah, I did see that.
How about you, Monsieur Ryan? How was your week?
I'm still breathing, unfortunately.
I would not say unfortunately. It's generally regarded as a good thing if you are continuing to breathe.
Yeah, that's what they all think. Been having a week, man.
Sorry to hear. Hopefully,
Yeah.
next week will be a little bit better for you. What about you, Monsieur Aaron? How was your week?
It's good week also.
Sounds like a rough time for all, then.
Yeah.
So that sounds like a common denominator. Like everyone's had a week.
Yeah, I can relate to that a little bit, although I did get a little bit of better news this time around. My one guy that has just been causing me so much grief finally put in his notice, so after another week I'll finally be rid of him.
Very nice.
Which won't be great on one hand, is because I'm losing another set of hands and I'll be literally alone on my team. But honestly, there's times I feel like having no hands to having his hands is comparable.
Feel that.
That's fair.
But we are back together again. And we are here to go dive into Dundras, if you all are still willing.
No, how dare you ask?
Can't believe you would ask me such a question.
So,
Huh.
Tiber it is.
Just gotta
Son of a
make
bitch, man.
sure. After all, I mean, if y'all wanted to do something differently, I mean, well, I would have suggested you said that the week before coming today, because unfortunately for if you wanted to do something different, it's Dundras today.
Oh no, the humanities.
Does anyone else have any other small talk they wish to engage in? No?
I was gonna say, I ain't gonna be here for the next 2 weeks.
Okay, that's good to know.
Well, next Sunday I won't be here, but the Sunday after I will.
Okay, so next Sunday, when we normally be doing a personal one-shot or something else, you won't be here, but then the week after, when we normally hold Dundras, we will?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna be in Vegas and California.
Whoop whoop. Don't try not to lose all your money.
Oh, no gambling for me.
Well, I guess you'll miss I guess next week, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, Justin was wanting to start his Star Wars thing, finally, if I remember hearing correctly.
Oh, very nice.
So you'll be missing the start of that, I suppose, but I guess after in about 3 weeks, if you want to try joining up for that again, you can talk to him about it and see how he can get you in, but yeah.
I've poked Justin about that already, and unfortunately probably will take a step back
Okay.
on that front.
That's not a problem. So, that would be, I suppose that'll be next week's plan is Star Wars, and then after that back to Dundras. Seeing, so long as you all don't find yourselves in jail or kill yourselves off somehow in the capital city. I don't know, what shall become of our party as they finally reach their goal? Shall we dive in and find out?
At first,
Milo's
I
trade plan.
thought you were actually meaning like in real life, not Dundras, and I was very concerned.
Oh, no. I mean, that'd be also terrible if it was in real life, but no. Good night. So, if no one else had anything else, shall we get back in? Alright. Then, we shall return to Dundras. Last time, on the adventures in Dundras, our intrepid band of heroes, Talos the Dragonborn Paladin, Dain the Dwarven Paladin, Milo the Halfling Rogue, and Greyhound, their new kobold ally, were traveling through the Underdark, continuing their tour of the Underdark, as well as escorting the treasure from Port La Montagne to the capital city of Lancasquer. The party had to make a detour through the Underdark in order to find a safer and quicker route to get to the capital. Going through the winding and treacherous caverns of the Underdark, seeing everything from skeletons embedded in the wall, lakes of lava, as well as unusual creatures such as the bullets. The party came across a system of tunnels covered in cobwebs. Exploring further, they discovered a battlefield filled with bodies of what appeared to be drow and giant spiders. Not wanting to stick around, the party quickly investigated, finding the body of a drow still alive, cocooned in web. The party was able to free him and loaded him up onto a wagon as they fled the tunnel, for they heard the skittering of feet in one of the tunnels behind them. When the party found a calm spot to rest, they checked out to the drow, finding he was unarmed but poisoned and paralyzed. Talos then proceeded to relieve the drow of his poison, but kept him paralyzed and tied him up, as they were unsure what he would do when he recovered. Once the drow did recover, as the party continued to travel along the cavernous road, he tried to convince the party to free him in exchange for a path to an exit that wouldn't have guards. But the party didn't listen to him, as both Milo and Greyhound proceeded to interrogate him. Milo most shrewdly, and Greyhound most unpokingly. But as the party continued to travel, they came to a point where they had to rest for the evening. And so, leaving him tied and up and gagged to ensure that if he could cast magic, he wouldn't. They kept him in Milo's tent as the party took turns doing their evening shifts. Unfortunately, during one of our friend's shifts, he proceeded to not get keep the greatest perception on the surrounding area, and when it came time for Milo's watch, he was alarmed to see that the prisoner had escaped. Rushing outside, he tried to keep a sharp eye out to see if he could figure out what had happened to him, but before he could, a horrifying, gurgling scream of pain came from Greyhound's tent, and the party looked to see that the drow somehow had gained access to a couple of knives that seemed to pop out of his wrist braces, his bracers, and had stabbed Greyhound most lethally. As the party then woke up and leapt to action, they were bombarded by arrows as they came from all directions, as a drow slaver cult ambushed them, seemingly there to free their ally and perhaps take the party as slaves for their trade. As an epic defense was erected against these drow, the party was able to drive them out of the camp and chase them further down the path, until eventually they came face to face with the leader of this group, a terrifying Drider. Half spider, half drow. They renewed the efforts of the drow towards their attack as they tried to push the party back. But, in the end, as Talos went toe-to-toe with the Drider, the rest of the party routed the forces of the drow until they eventually managed to kill the Drider. But before they could take a final breath, the party was ambushed once again by the drow they had freed, who, being a sneaky boy, continuously went into hiding as he kept jumping out and throwing his devastating daggers at the party, dealing great damage to everyone. But, seeing that he was clearly outmatched, the drow still wanted to get even with the party, and so began to run towards the campsite, claiming that he was going to take out their leader, the treasurer. As the party raced after him, trying to stop him, it was Milo who caught up to him. Having dealt a couple of blows to him, Milo finally fired a single arrow at him, in managing to hit him right in the chest. The prisoner, who managed to dodge just out of the way for it to be a lethal blow, tried to mock Milo for such a weak attack when Milo gave him a cheeky smirk. gave him the 2 middle finger salute as the arrow exploded into a hail of thorns, absolutely shredding the Drow and dropping him to the ground. Working quickly, the party looted the bodies, picked up their camp, and fled before mornings could appear, as they finally found a safe place to sleep for the night. The next day, as they ate their rations and packed up their camp, they continued onward until they eventually reached a set of stone doors with some guards protecting it. After inspecting the caravan, the guards allowed the party to pass, and as they opened up the doors to the Underdark, the party was blinded by sunlight for the first time in a week. And as they passed through and looked around at the fortress around them, the gates to the fortress was opened, allowing the party access to the valley beyond. There, as they exited the fort, they beheld their goal as they gazed upon the city of Lancasquer. And it is here, eyes full of wonder, the sun shining bright, with the shadow of the volcano to the east. We will be joining our party again as we return to Dundras. Yeah.
Whew.
So, it has been a long and difficult journey for our party, as it has been many, many weeks since you originally left the city of Port La Montagne. Before you, as you can see, a large expanse of a city. In the middle, followed by canals, you see that there is almost a palace with a magic spire in the middle of it, seemingly perhaps a mage's tower. Beyond it, you can see a mountain range spanning across the northern hemisphere, leading all the way east and westward. To the west, you can see in the distance what appears to be very clearly a dwarven fortress. As you take a look at the map and you recognize it as being High Jorvaskr. To the east, as you took a look along the mountain range that you are standing next to, you can see that in the far distance what appears to be some billowing clouds from what appears to be a volcano off to the east. Before you, you see just spans of farms and buildings as far as I can see. There appears to be a central location for the capital city, which spans miles and miles. It's hard to determine how far, but one could assume that it has to go 50 miles in each direction. Surrounding the central core part of the city, you can see what appears to be the rolling hills and fields of clearly to be farms. As one of the guards from the fortress kind of follows up to the front of your caravan, looking upon it and looking upon you all. By the look in your eye, I can tell that most of you seem to be first-timers to the city. Welcome to Lancasquer.
Thank you. It's been quite the journey to get here, that's for sure.
Aye, that it has.
It has to be, especially if you went through the Underdark. It's a place that few tend to travel through.
I can see why now.
Here. I've been assigned to be your escort to the city. Make sure you're able to find where you're wanting to go. If you'll follow me. As he kind of cracks the whip on, or the reins on his horse and begins to trot forward.
I guess we're gonna follow him then.
All right. We'll follow you then, sir. I suppose we'll be just kind of cruising here, Sir Dain, Sir Talos. Yes, for now. So long as the treasurer is fine with it. I need to work on my Talos voice. So you all just kind of follow the guard as he leads you down the valley?
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
As you continue traveling down, you can see through the landscape, besides the mountain range to the north and the mountain range behind you, obviously there's the High Yorvaskr to the west. You can see coming from the mountain of High Yorvaskr what appears to be a good, strong river that seems to travel forward before curving around the city, before leading further towards the east. Let's see, I have a bit of a trip in here. Yep. As you continue to travel through the next half an hour, you're able to tell that Lancasquer seems to be very self-sufficient. As you can see the sprawling farms, lush canals. You can even see, just even in the farming districts outside of the main city, there are enchanting fountains, serene parks. Overall, it's just incredible to just see. From what you're aware of, like, Dundras isn't that terribly old, and yet this city seems almost ancient in comparison. With how vast and how large it is. You can't imagine it took less than 100 years for this to happen, but... And yet... Now, we haven't been here for too terribly long. But thanks to a combination of the elves as well as the strong dwarven hands and craftsmanship over towards the west, we've been able to build up the city to be quite strong against all sorts of possible invasion. Having the natural barriers of the mountains to the north and the south no doubt help, though. Something else that most people don't quite know is that we have another ally just to the east. You see that mountain over there? And he points to the volcano. That there is one of our protectors from the east. If anything were to happen or if anything were to come, they'd alert us. But that there is the stronghold of the fire giants.
Oh, that's interesting.
Indeed. They have a fortress that's nestled deep, deep within that mountain, that volcano there. They tend to help keep an eye to ensure that anything from the underdark that gets nearby the volcano is eradicated, ensuring that they can't find any other ways out into the overworld.
Always sounds like a good protector to have there, especially since they're fire giants as well.
Indeed. With the dwarves to the east, with the dwarves to the west and the fire giants to the east, our city has been able to prosper under their protection. Naturally, of course, it doesn't come for free, but it does help that we benefit mutually upon business ventures between the farms and bringing trade. It all works out quite nicely. As he continues to ride onward. As you all take a couple hours to pass through the farms and the outer layers of the city, you eventually come to the grand walls that lead into the hub, the interior of the city. You can see that, just from the architecture alone, you can see that there's a blend of earth and wood, which, as you can tell, Dain, without even needing to check, you can clearly see the touch of the dwarves upon it. And anyone that might be familiar could tell that there's a bit of, aside from the crude and the sturdy craftsmanship of the dwarves, it seems to have almost been polished out by what is clearly a bit of a touch of elven druids.
Interesting.
As it almost looks like the walls themselves were hewn from the very earth, as if it was brought straight up from the ground right below it. As it stands as a symbol of resilience, carefully tended with woodwork. It radiates an ethereal charm. As the guard walks up to the gate, you can see that it's wide open, allowing a passage of many different carts and wagons as people from all over are exiting and entering the city. With plenty of guards, of course, are stationed to come around and check and inspect people as they're leaving and exiting and entering, ensuring that everything is going well. As the guard reaches the gates, you see as he talks and explains the situation of your party as well as the passenger, the treasurer. And after a few minutes, as one of the guards runs into the interior of the guardhouse, they come back out and nod, and you're all waved into the city.
Hey.
Hide.
Greyhound feeling a little
To
shy.
try and make sure no one sees him. Yee.
Suppose you could roll for it.
He is trying to pull it up right now. Alright.
Woo! That is a good roll.
Disappears under Talos's cloak.
Yeah.
As you're taking in the grandness of the city. Ooh, Dain. That's a natural 20. I'll say though, with his 26, you're able to see that he starts to crawl and disappears into one of the carts. You're not able to see him anymore, but you're able to see that Greyhound is very obviously hiding. So here, I'll give Talos a roll. I suppose I should pull up his character sheet real quick, since I'll be playing as him for the time being.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he doesn't see him either. As Dain, you're the only one that sees him, but Greyhound is incredibly hidden. As not even the guards seem to take notice of his disappearance. And as you all enter the grand city, you can see the view before you that's on our title screen. As you can see rich canals that seem to spread from all around. Interestingly enough, from what you could tell from the distance, you didn't notice any of the river running into or out of Lancasquer itself. The river seemed to run around the city, but there's still lots of water. Like you would have thought that perhaps they might have made a canal to have the river flow into the city, but no, the water seems to come out of nowhere, as it's everywhere on its canals.
Turns out the palace in the center is just a gigantic alchemy jug.
And so, as you continue to travel through the city, you can see that very much it is all very overwhelming. Dain, you've been into a few places, and obviously Blackspire is a very vast and large location, but even that seems to pale in comparison with this city, as none of you have ever been into a place that is such in a vast expanse of city such as this. It is incredibly overwhelming.
It definitely takes the term capital city seriously.
Yes, no kidding. Even my time as serving with my order. We've been to many a city and a town to help assure, and I've been to some large cities in my past, but none of them compare to what is before us. As Talos speaks. Doing my best.
This is all good.
Should get some ambiance in here. There we go. So, as you all continue to travel inside, the guard stops at the gatehouse and looks at you and goes, "Well, this is where I'll be leaving you. You've safely made it to the city. If you need any directions or any help, just ask any of the any guard that you see around. They'll be happy to help you. And I imagine your patron, the treasurer, has a good idea about where he's going to head. Anything else I can do?
So.
Anything else I can do to assist you?"
Let's look at Dan and Talos. And just kind of look at them to be like, hey, yes, no, maybe?
I think we might be alright for a moment.
Yes. Thank you for your help, guard. We'll be able to take it from here. Very good. Yep. And he cracks his reins as he turns around and heads back up towards the fortress and the entrance to the Underdark. As the treasurer kind of peeks his head out of the wagon and goes, it is so good to be back in the capital city. A job well done, my friends. We should probably find a suitable place to rest for the evening, wouldn't you say?
That is a good idea.
Yeah, continue traveling down this road for some time. When we get a little closer to it, I'll let you know. I have a place that we can stay.
Very well.
Very good. I guess we'll start heading down the road.
And so as you kind of continue to pass through, you pass over bridges, over the canals, you see buildings all over the place. Some business, mostly seem to be a lot of living. You can see that far ahead of you, you can see that there appears to be interior walls. You kind of could be able to tell from a distance as you were getting closer, but it seems that the entirety of the city is split into rings and sections. From the outermost wall all the way to the interior mage tower, that structure you see in the middle of the map here. As you continue to go through, the treasurer proceeds to kind of tell you a little bit about each area. You see, where we just passed nearby was the guard battalion section. That is out here in this section is where they keep the army for the city in case invasion were to happen, or in case they needed to send guards into the interior of the city for whatever reason. As you continue to travel, you get through another wall section where the treasure shows off his symbol to the guards there who let him pass that incident. And as you kind of continue through, you can see that the buildings, while previously everything looked kind of a little more simplistic, a little bit more necessary for what it was. Here, you're starting to notice that things are a little bit higher quality. The buildings have a little more flair to them. They look a little bit older, as you're able, as the treasurer tells you. This here is where the lower nobility, as well as the lesser-known craftsmen of the city, live. Essentially, this particular area here is where a good majority of the people who are not soldiers or guards live. As you can see, aside from the farms that they have on the outer part of the city, this here has some interior farms that specialize in some specific crops. As you kind of take a look around, you do see that there's a few sections in the area that you're in where you see that there's a couple farms located around. And you see that while they are small, they seem to be filled with an abundance of crop. And then finally, as you get through another wall, as the treasure once again flashes his symbol. This here is where I generally tend to stay. This is the section that hosts the higher nobility, as well as other better-known craftsmen. Other people of note could be considered as royalty, grandmasters, diplomats, their entourages, etc. This is here is where we'll be spending our time. But of course, if you wish to, you all could travel to the outer parts of the city as well, at your leisure. After all, so long as you are here with me, you are welcome to stay at my estate.
We appreciate it.
I appreciate it as well. You all have served me quite well in getting me safely here and in good time.
Despite all of our shenanigans, shall we say, along the way.
Some setbacks, I would say, but you all worked hard, you were diligent enough, and we were able to get here, with most of the caravan intact. And he kind of looks back behind you all, and you see you've lost quite a few of the guards that you did originally started with, as well as through the constant attacks, a couple individuals were taken, unfortunately. But for the most part, roughly about 90% of the caravan has survived the total venture.
So we just travelled across the entire continent. That's not bad.
Indeed. Right up here. Talos. So Talos. Of course. As Talos turns his horse and the caravan follows. As you all are continuing to travel through this section, you were able to see a grand square with what appears to be a spire within it. Appears to be lots of people just kind of hanging out around there as you all continue to travel. As you get past this particular area, though, you can see through one of the wide parts of the canal. You're able to very clearly see what appears to be the front of the Mage's Tower in the center of the city, completely surrounded by a moat of canals. It only has some bridges connecting it to the rest of the city. And from here, you're not able to discern much more, but you're able to not so much as see, but feel the tower. You cannot help but even just look up and gaze up at it, as it almost has an alluring feel to it. As even those who may not be that attuned to magic can still feel its presence. As you all continue to travel, I'd like you all to make a either perception check or insight check of your choice.
Let's have a look.
Ooh, Milo. That is a
Yeah,
double nat 20.
I'm my element being back in the cities.
Greyhound is still hiding. He's not able to see too much. Feeling a little overwhelmed by the city, are we, Greyhound? Alright. Dain,
Greyhound does not like big crowds.
you were able to catch a little bit of this, but Milo, as you've been traveling through the city, you have a good keen eye for taking note of things, especially as you know you're in a bit of a richer area, and I believe you're keeping an eye out for some specific things. You've come to notice that, very interestingly, there's something kind of like at first you were just thrown off by it, and you just kind of weighed it off as just kind of a coincidence. But as you kept going through, you've been noticing that there's definitely something a little bit weird about the city. Let me see my notes here. Oh, it might have been in his notes. Give me just a sec. Nope, that was not it. Sorry, give me just a sec.
No worries.
No, that's not it. Okay, so as you've been kind of keeping an eye on those things, you see that there are plenty of like grass and trees and plants everywhere, but as you pass from one canal to the next, you get this weird sense of deja vu, and you kind of shake your head a little bit, and you peer a little closer, and you look behind you, and very curiously enough, you're noticing that the buildings, as well as the plants, the grass, the leaves, almost everything in the city almost seems to be symmetrical in some way. You thought it was just you at first, but like with that natural 20, you're able to discern that like everything seems to almost be in balance in the city. From guards being in very specific locations to walls and buildings being placed very specifically, everything almost seems to like give off an aura of a utopia, which kind of is both impressive to you, but also kind of makes your skin crawl a little bit.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. And Dain, you're able to catch a little bit of this, but you're mostly distracted by just the fine craftsmanship of everything around you.
Really? I see stonework and I'm just like,
So you don't quite see the plants, but you do notice that the stonework, everything, like the stonework itself seems to be pretty symmetrical. A lot of it seems to be, like, while expertly crafted, they do seem to mirror each other in a lot of places that kind of makes you go, huh. But yeah, from you, Milo, like, you can see that there's not a single stone that pokes out of any part of the road. There seems to be a very fine line drawn between each section as you've kind of gone through it. It all seems so symmetrical. Every flagstone, every waterway, every blade of grass, tree, lantern, street lamp, every bridge, all of it is symmetrical. You all have served me quite well. Perhaps as I conduct my business, I do have a meeting with the ruler of Dundras. Perhaps I might be able to give you introductions to him. As he kind of looks at you all and waits to see, or gauges your responses.
If, words. Man. I was about to say something and then it's just like, yes.
You okay there?
Sort of.
Are any of us okay?
Yeah, there's that. Hi. If it would be not too much trouble on your part, it would be definitely an honor to meet the Lord of Dundras, basically.
Certainly. After all, you were all able to transport me here quite safely. I believe it's the least I can do to at least have you be introduced to the one who helps build the city. I'm sure Lord Sadin would love to meet you. It is a left up here, Talos. Yes, sir. As Talos takes a left turn up ahead and continues to guide the caravan. As you continue to travel, you're like everything feels like it's taking a long time to get anywhere. With how massive the city is, like you're starting to realize that this place is big. It's continuing to get very difficult to continue onward. The winding paths, everything else, you all like while it all is symmetrical, it's somewhat easier to navigate. Just because everything is looking the same makes it a little difficult to get a bead on exactly where you are. But eventually, as you continue traveling, you notice that you're probably roughly about 10 miles away from the center of the city, the capital, the Mage Tower. And you come across what appears to be an estate that looks it looks like a nice estate. It appears to be like a mansion, and as you kind of look towards the right, past a few buildings, past a canal, you're able to see that there's some similar looking estates that dot around the city as well. That look similar enough, but it definitely looks like someone rich would live here. But it doesn't have such an air of trying to show it off, if you get what I'm saying.
It's like everyone knows they have money, but they're not flaunting it off to the nines.
Exactly. It's like they have money, and they don't have to prove that they do. Unlike where some of the other buildings where you saw that despite how symmetrical the stonework was, they still put some decorations and stuff outside to kind of show off some of their value. Like, there's none of that here. Everything is very delicately maintained and kept, from the plants outside to the structures. It all is very, very well kept. As the treasurer looks upon it and goes, and here we are. You could pull the wagons around to the front. I'd like to welcome you to my estate.
It is a pleasure.
As the wagons and carts pull around, people get out of the carts and begin to stretch, and start to ease up, and they all look much happier than when they were on the road, as some of them start to grab their belongings and take it into the estate. You see a few others, though, grab their stuff and begin to head the opposite direction. As you see that a couple of the what appears to be the scholars that are within the mages within your company begin to wave as they take off towards their own personal business.
I'm gonna give him a wave back.
A few of them obviously stop by you guys as they thank you very heartily. Was one of them goes, "Thank you so much, gentlemen. If it wasn't for you, we probably would have died on that trek." Of course, it was our pleasure. Anything to help those who cannot help themselves. And you all see them off. You see Jorgagu Burning Arm grabbing his gear as he heads towards the estate.
It'll be good to be stationary for a while. Such a long road. Cannot wait to see the master of my guild.
We'll be staying in the city for a while there, Burning Arm, or?
Most likely. I have some business to conduct here, like I told you before we left. Amongst that which was talking about the meteoric materials and iron that we had harvested and crafted into weapons.
Bush, as he pulls out your sword.
Now that we have a proper place, I'd like to see about taking this here sword and getting it fixed up for you.
Thank you. I shall probably accompany you at some point over to the forges and the guild halls. I also have business to also conduct over that direction at some point.
No doubt. I'm sure you can find whatever business you need to conduct. You can conduct it easily here. The city has practically everything you could ever need within it.
That it probably does. This is an absolutely enormous city.
First, I suggest that you all get your gear loaded up into the estate and get your bearings made. That way you don't end up getting lost.
As he then heaves up his bag and proceeds to head inside. And you all see as the treasure slowly makes his way in to the estate as well, as you see just the host of his assistants and a couple of his guards taking this, unloading all the wagons and bringing it into the estate as well. Kind of leaving you all to your own devices.
Well, should we head inside?
What time is it currently, roughly?
I'd say about this time with the amount of travel you had to do to leave from the mountains to get here, it's probably about late afternoon at this point.
Okay.
I
Why
suppose.
don't... Go ahead.
Talos is kind of looking at you all, and Talos says, I suppose it would be good to get our sleeping arrangements organized to ensure that we have a nice place to return to, a home base, if you will.
Tis a good idea.
And then Milo, you were saying something?
Why don't you guys go ahead? I have some things I'd like to take care of before nightfall.
All right. Don't be out too late. Don't get yourself into trouble. How big this city is, it'd be very hard to help you if you get yourself into trouble.
Maybe that's the point.
Well, be safe, Milo. And Talos grabs his bag and walks inside. And by the way, if any of you see Greyhound, could you make sure he's alright? I haven't seen him since we entered the city.
Gonna look over at Greyhound just to see if he's still in the cart.
What has Greyhound been doing?
Greyhound's currently just... He got a cart and is hiding behind like a bunch of crates or something. Just trying to stay hidden. You probably can see his snout just sticking out behind something.
I'm sure Greyhound is doing fine, but we'll have a look for him.
Right. So as Talos heads inside, Dain, you gonna head inside?
Yeah, I'm gonna wander inside as well.
And Greyhound?
Greyhound follows.
Alright. And then Milo, you're heading out into the city?
Yeah, just gonna try to do.
Stuff.
Yeah.
What you were requesting earlier?
Let me double check what I was requesting. Already forgot. Yeah, just pretty much the first thing I wanted to do while in the city.
I gotcha. Were you wanting to do that more publicly, like with the rest of the guys, or did you want to do, as I do stuff with the guys, you just kind of want to be in the background for that? What would you prefer? Because I could take turns with them, and then take a turn with you, and then. What would you prefer?
I mean, to be honest, I was just planning on taking being in the background this session.
Well, if you find we
Greyhound
could
also
we
do
could
shit.
do role playing then if you want, Milo.
Very well.
Okay, so we'll get to you in just a second. As the rest of you guys, you enter the estate. You see that inside, the walls and the floor seem to be almost of a pure white. You see there are some statues carved in marble everywhere. You see that there's a hubbub of people just kind of walking around, unloading stuff, moving them into rooms. As one of the servants kind of walks up to you, she seems very nice as she looks at you with her blue eyes and brown hair. She gives a slight bow and goes, "Welcome, gentlemen, to the estate. The treasurer has informed me that he's reserved 4 rooms for you if you prefer to have your own room." She's asking if you all wanted to be alone in your own rooms or if you wanted to share rooms.
I'm fine taking my
I mean, Greyhound doesn't really matter. He doesn't really care.
Yes, our own rooms, that sounds quite nice. Very well. If you would follow me. Weren't there 4 of you?
Yeah, he's around. The 4th member of the party has decided to go for a walk.
Get a view of the city. I understand. We'll be sure to show him to his room once he returns. If you follow me. And she walks you through what appears like the estate didn't seem to be that big from the outside, but you're quickly realizing from the inside it seems to feel a lot larger. as you go through some winding halls until through a couple of larger rooms that some of them appear to be maybe a ballroom, one of them possibly a dining room, until eventually you get to a hallway with some sets of doors. And she goes to each one and opens them up for you all and hands you all a key. Here you are. These shall be your personal rooms as you stay here. If you ever need anything, each of your rooms has a bell that may ring if you wish to receive service. Upon ringing it, you will receive service rather promptly. Although we would ask that you do not frivolously use it, as we have many duties to attend to, and we cannot tend to your needs every second. As she looks over at you, Greyhound.
Greyhound just stares at her like, you can see me?
Are you trying to hide?
Yeah, Greyhound is still trying to hide.
Okay, I need you to re-roll the stealth then.
Okay.
And it'll be with disadvantage since this is a new environment for you, as well as it's a lot of open space. It's a little harder to hide. Ooh, with the 16, she looks around for you as she was expecting initially. Like, she kind of saw you as you came in, as there was no way. But then as she looks around to look at you when she said that, she kind of looks around for a second and only sees Dain and Talos. As Dain and Talos, Talos kind of looks around and goes, huh. Oh, well, masters, please ring if you need anything. You swear that you felt like you got a little heavier, Dain, but you're like, must be just weirdness of the day, as Greyhound is just currently straddling you like a backpack.
Must have been the wind.
Like something you would do.
Well, here's your rooms, here's your keys. Please ask if you need anything. Dinner will be in a few hours. And she gives you a slight bow and proceeds to walk off. Thank you. Well, Dain, I shall be in my room. I have much to think about, and I'll be unloading my gear.
I will reconvene. We'll reconvene in a bit.
And so Talos heads into his room, as I assume you head into yours, Dain?
Yes.
And then, Greyhound, do you head into the only other open room for you?
Oh no, Greyhound's going into his room.
With Dain?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just gonna sit down on the bed and nonchalantly just take Greyhound off my back like he is a bag and put him off to the side. And then take off my bag.
Oh,
and
hold
be
on, do you have your backpack
"Wait."
on?
Yeah.
Do you have your backpack on?
Yeah.
As you're taking off your backpack, you see Greyhound just straddled to it.
It's like, take that off and oh, hi Greyhound. That explains why I think I have you.
Yeah?
Lad, I don't have any pomegranate in my bag.
Greyhound just stares at you blankly, just hops down, takes out a coin, and just starts stabbing the shit out of it.
Out of the bag?
No, out of Tim, you know the coin that Greyhound found?
Yes.
On the spider lady? He's
Yes.
currently trying to break it. Trying to shatter it.
Give me an athletics check. Easy enough. Like, how do you want to do it? Anything fancy? Like you whip out your blades and chains and just slash it up, and like as you throw it in the air, you just slash, 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 slash.
Greyhound has it on the ground, is holding it. It starts vibrating, and he takes out his blade, and all of his chains start wrapping around it as he just slams the shit out of it as his blade shatters and the coin shatters with it.
As gold dust is sprayed everywhere. Now, if you want, Dain, I can give you a quick perception check to see if you because obviously as he's starting to do this, you had your eyes on him. He put this coin on the ground. You had a moment where, well, it looked like just a simple gold coin to you.
Welp.
So Greyhound, I guess, doesn't like money. This is what you're thinking.
Gonna kind of check my gold pouch and then just like move that one away slightly.
And Greyhound immediately curls into a ball like a dog and falls asleep.
Yeah. Well, I guess he's all tuckered out. Gonna go about just like slowly unloading my bag, checking gear and such.
Sounds good. So as you do that, we find Milo out in the busy city streets, just kind of wandering about, I assume.
Yeah. Going on for his walk.
So, as you are kind of going about, you see that there are guards posted everywhere within the city. They always seem to have, like, as you noticed before, very symmetrical placements within the different areas, and all of them seem to have like a very stone face, but open to helping look upon them, as you've been kind of wandering around the higher end district.
I'm gonna start making my way towards the lower end district then.
Ready? So, as you kind of remember from what the treasurer had stated, essentially, like it kind of starts in the middle where the kind of Capitol building, the magic tower, the mage tower of the city is. After that, it kind of goes into roughly about 2 miles in each direction of the inner city, where there are just workshops, the higher end people, like, let me see here. Sorry, I'm looking at the notes that Justin left for me for it. Let's see. Mage Tower's in the middle, occupying about half a mile. In the area around that, the remaining mile is reserved as accommodations for any and all visiting diplomats and their entourage, which is where, so you've been kind of meandering around that area. After that, let's see. There's about another 47.5 miles for the rest of the city. After that, there's another like 42, 43 miles just outside the city dedicated to farms and the civilians of the city. 2 miles are the guard barracks, not including all of the city that is underground. Okay, good to know. And yes. Okay. Sorry, there's Justin left me a lot of notes on the Capitol. This was a big part for him. sure I got it all down quickly. There we go. Okay, so are you going to leave basically the section where the entourage with the diplomats and the royalty? Are you going to be leaving that area to head out a little bit further out into the city?
Yeah, probably just like the workshop and the shop area.
Okay. So as you travel several miles from the center of the city, you find yourself in the part of the city that houses some of the lower nobility, the lesser-known craftsmen, farms, which you notice as you're kind of traveling through that the farms have more guards around them than the nobilities and other craftsmen houses. They seem to be very protective of the farms, interestingly enough. But this part of the city seems to be one of the larger sections. And so what do you do from here?
Do I see anything that'll help me by chance? With a 15 instead of 13?
Let me see. I wonder if that's something I... let me look at your character sheet. Is there a setting I have for reliable talent?
That's a good question.
I wonder if they have that installed onto here. It would be in the settings thing. Let's see, powerful build. Oh, there's halfling luck. I should probably click on that for you. If you have halfling luck. Let's see, spell slot stuff. Oh, here we go. Reliable talent on.
Oh, perfect.
And no one has jack of all trades. I think that's a bard thing.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. That is a thing. That is a thing. So now with that change, hopefully now when you make rolls, that will actually, fingers crossed that that'll actually work. In any case, with that roll, let me see. So what are you looking for precisely?
Any kind of clues for my first plan?
Well, as you're kind of going about, you see that the city is pretty neat, pretty clean. There are lots of guards everywhere. People seem to be very happy as they're going about their usual business. You notice that the canals have clean water, and you see people constantly going down to collect buckets of water and before taking it back to wherever they're going. But you do see some what appears to be grates where some possibly rainwater would collect and maybe go down into what you could assume might be a sewer system.
Okay.
With that information, you can only, I'd leave it up to you if you can figure if there's anything from that you could follow for clues.
I suppose probably the sewer system, or not sewer system. Try to find like a grate I can open to go underground.
All right, that's easy enough. As you kind of go over to it, I'll have you roll athletics as the grate is made out of metal and it is quite heavy. With a 10, you're able to just get it. It makes a little bit of noise, and you kind of look around for a little bit as a few of the guards seem to take somewhat notice as they start to. You see that there's a couple who's trying to head your way as they heard something.
Do they see me by chance, or?
Roll stealth. Not yet. As you kind of take a look, their eyes aren't pinned on you. They seem to be gazing around your general area as they are getting closer.
I'm gonna slip in real quick then.
All right. As you slip in, you find yourself on a ladder that goes down into what appears to be a tunnel. That seems to go in 2 different directions.
Can I make another perception check to see if I can find any like markings or anything?
Certainly. Ooh, very nice. As you're looking around, you hear grinding as you look above you, and you see that the grate is replaced. As you kind of, definitely with the 24 perception, you hear, someone messing around with the grates again. Darn kids, and you hear mumbling as it seems to, you hear kind of footsteps walking away. And so, as you are down in the sewer system, you have a look around. You're noticing that for a sewer system, it's one of the nicer ones you've ever been in. And only kindness stinks instead of absolutely stinking to high heaven.
Oh, great. That's a plus.
Yeah. And so you begin to walk down one of the tunnels as you kind of take a look around. You see that paths seem to split around all over the place as you continue to just kind of explore the area. Save this one real quick. Boop. Boop. Okay. And so, as you are taking a look, how would this look? Oh, forgot about that. We'll get that later. Oh yeah. Sorry guys, I forgot. I told you that you all got some loot from the encounter. I'll need to roll that all up and make sure I distribute that to you all today, because I definitely forgot about that. Ugh. So, as you're kind of taking a look through the sewer system, everything in the sewer system seems to also share like symmetrical properties as it does above. It's all very clean. The water seems to pass through quite nicely. There is some smell, but not a whole lot. As eventually you get to a point where there's a multiple split in the path, and it is well hidden. But for your crafty eyes, you're able to catch sight of what appears to be a specific symbol on part of the tunnel. It's very slightly carved in. It looks like it was a little bit of troublesome to carve, but it was also intentionally made to not be as noticeable. And as you kind of run your fingers over it and feel it, and you have a look at it, your somewhat thieves' cant senses indicate to you that this appears to be some sort of symbol indicating a guild or perhaps a group maybe nearby.
Is there a direction that points me towards?
Yes. Out of the 3 tunnels, one that points you towards the east, one that points you towards the west, and one that points you towards the south. This one seems to be pointing you towards the south.
I'll go south then.
All right. As you continue to travel through, you pass through a lot of grates that are above you. As you take a look at some of the sunlight, you hear people traveling about and walking. Eventually, as you kind of as you're traveling, you get to what appears to be a opening in the sewer system. From your previous knowledge and kind of going about in the sewers, you know that a lot of sewers are comprised of obviously the tubes and tunnels that catch a lot of the water and other sewage from other places and other people and bring them towards particular areas. In between, though, there's some maintenance ducts that people are able to drop down from above and conduct some investigations or work from them. They tend to be a little bit wider open. You seem to be coming up on one of those.
Okay.
And as you kind of approach it, you kind of hear what appears to be some scuffling about. And then they like, poof, as it appears to be someone else down here with you.
I'm gonna try to hide and kind of like peek my head around the corner to see what's going on.
Alright, roll me stealth.
Can be 23.
Ooh. That is a high roll, though. Okay. Yeah, as you kind of crouch down and you pull your hood up a little bit over your face. You creep around to the corner and you peer to the side. It's very dark in there, but with your hand of glory, you're able to see a fair distance close by, to the point where you see an individual in a cloak currently moving some crates. What appears to be onto a boat. A bit of a skimmer, if you will. It seems to be made for shallow water, such as like the sewer systems, as he's taking these crates from off of the concrete, or the concrete platform that he's on towards the boat. You see that there's some stairwell that leads upwards towards a higher level of the tunnel.
Without exposing myself, I'm gonna say in Thieves' Cant, do you gentlemen know where I can find a fence?
As you mentioned that, you watch as the individual suddenly just stiffens and crouches and looks about. And in Thieves' Cant, you hear a reply, "Who's asking?"
A like-minded individual.
They kind of look about, still cloaked up, and you see a glint of metal as they seem to have gotten out a dagger, and as they're kind of holding it close to them. I don't want any trouble.
Nor do I. I'm just trying to sell stuff.
Roll me a persuasion check. Be against her insight. Ooh, very nice, very nice. At the word, as you say "sell," you watch as their demeanor immediately straightens up. The dagger goes away as you hear, "Ooh, well, I might be able to assist with that." And then you watch as they take off their hood, and you see in the darkness what appears to be a female human, bald head, blue eyes, with rough, pockmarked pink skin. She stands about 4'11", so not a little bit taller than you are, but she definitely seems to be young.
Aren't you a little young to be down here? In this line of work?
Aren't you a little shy to be a customer? Please, come. I'm intrigued by your proposition. And she's still looking about, trying to figure out where you are. You watch as she kind of like tilts her head to the side as she leans a little bit, just looking. You watch as she kind of then goes over to the water's edge and looks down into the water to see if you're down there.
I'll just kind of walk out from the rest of the sewer.
She kind of jumps a little bit. Oh, good lord. Greetings. My name is Elda. I won't give you a last name for reasons.
Very well.
How may I help you, sir?
You say you're a fence, right?
I do dabble in materials that most of the people above tend to not appreciate.
So you're a fence, but prefer to say it in a fancier way. Got it.
To be fair, I don't quite know you, and while you do seem to be a similar mindset to my own, I have to be careful with my words. Don't know how many more of you that could be around as she starts to looking around again.
You already are here saying that you're willing to buy stolen goods. I am here alone. At least take me for my word on that.
Okay. I appreciate you being straight to the point. I do have with me a fair amount that I can use for bartering. Please, as she then reaches into the boat and picks up a lantern and lights it, and sets it down onto the boat. There, now I can see a little bit better. What have you got? Milo?
Yeah, I'm trying to fucking remember what I was trying to sell. Fuck.
Didn't have that ready to go?
Apparently not.
It's all good.
Right. I'm gonna pull out 2 metal statues from Morris.
As you do, she kind of looks a little, has a bit of weird eyes, like, does your bag have teeth?
It's a decoration.
Deception. I know decoration when I see it. Let me have a grip insight, or no. Let's see about her history. Yeah, it's a -1. Fantastic. Oh, that's still enough. I know decorations when I see it. What I don't quite understand is why. Is that a mimic?
Listen, you got your secrets, I got mine. Let's get that out of the way and let's move on to business. Not now, Mars. Stop that.
Did he just spit out some paper?
Yes, it did. He says hello.
She blinks a few times and just shakes her head and goes, on to business. These statues here, what can you tell me about them?
I got them from an island to the south called Antiva. I had some business in a mansion there and held on to them. Figured now would be a good time to get rid of them.
I see. Well, let me have a look and see what I can determine from them. Are you gonna hand them over to her?
I mean, they're giant statues, so I'm just pretty much placing them on the ground right in between us.
Oh, like how big are we talking here?
Probably like a normal human size, so probably like 5'6", I'm assuming.
Like is like bigger than you are?
Yes.
That's quite a scene. As like you reach into the bag and just. How heavy are they?
Great question. I also have no idea.
Oh lord, are these in your notes?
Yes.
Okay, because I remember you and Justin did this like on a thing on your own.
Yep.
Oh lord, where would this?
It's gonna be back a while, probably like January.
Big oof. Da, 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 da. No, that there would be your artificer stuff. Oh, there's the map. It might be quicker if I just freaking looked. Let me see if I can just search statue. Not that one. Not that one.
Just enough to maybe help everything a little bit.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Nope. There we go. We'll jump to that. And we go down a little bit. Ah, there's some of that stuff. Okay, it should be nearby. Okay, a little bit down. Man, there's a lot. We have a lot in your chat here. Okay, and then as she kind of takes a look at it, she'll ask you, and you just wish to sell these?
That is correct.
Very well. I must say, it's a bit unusual. It kind of looked like gargoyles. A little gauche, I suppose. But I could have some people that'd be interested in buying them. After all, they are quite unique pieces.
Why?
Oh, good. Here's a guy that can save us a lot of time.
Oh dear God.
So, Justin, you remember those couple statues that Milo took from that one place way back in that session that you did with only him?
Yeah.
How heavy are they? And if you could message me a rough approximate value of them. Milo's currently trying to fence them. I've been trying to look at the notes to see if I could figure out when it happened and if you left any information there for them. I think we broke him.
Give me a second.
Good to hear your voice, by the way. It's been a minute.
Yeah.
Where? Here we go.
Yeah, sorry to rain on that parade there.
It's all good.
So the reason that I say that, Tim, most of the craftsmen for the statues would be dwarven stonemasons
Mm-hmm.
who have an automatic advantage on all checks for anything dealing with stonemasonry.
I gotcha.
So, they probably won't buy anything from you here, Milo, because they'll know something's wrong with these statues.
Shame.
Yeah, it is. You can try and pass them off on somebody outside of the city of Lancasquer itself, but unfortunately, all the stonemasons within Lancasquer are either going to be dwarves or fire giants who have had years, like hundreds of years, of experience working with stone. And something about it would just rub them wrong.
However, this was a human that I'm interacting with right now.
I don't know. Tim's the one that writes half of the shopkeeps.
Well, as she is investigating it, she tries to budge the statues and goes, "Ugh. How are you even carrying these? They're a couple 100 pounds each." And she tries to even budge it, and she can't even.
I'm a man of many talents. What can I say?
Well, if I had some sort of means of being able to transport these, I might consider it, but... well, the only thing I can... Well, unfortunately, the best I could probably do would be maybe 5 gold per statue. It'll cost a lot just to transport them and move them about, and then try and even find someone that would be interested in them. Is there anything magical with them? Is there anything that... is there anything special about them?
You tell me.
You've spent enough time, you've had them in your bag, especially with Merce. You know that, well, one of them was clearly a gargoyle in disguise that was activated with a specific word. These particular statues seem to be mundane, just made out of pure stone. Very decorative, but aside from that, they're about 400 pounds each. Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, I'm feeling this, and I've held quite a few magical items, and this here does not appear to have anything sort of magical about it. I mean, I could take them off your hands, but I can only do 5 gold per if that's what you prefer.
At least this statue here is very interesting, since when you touch it in just the right spot, it can lock doors behind you.
Deception check. You don't say, as she kind of takes a closer look at that one. Do you know exactly which spot? Can you show me?
Of course. I'm gonna position myself behind it. However, I'm gonna kind of reach up to like where the bracer would be, and I'm gonna try to use my knock spell
On
stealthily, and just touch the. Actually, wait. Do you happen to have anything that could be locked or unlocked on you?
Yeah, actually, and she goes and reaches to a bag and pulls out a padlock.
Ah, perfect. If you just hold that and come back here, and I'm gonna grab onto the bracer and use this knock spell and
Or are you trying to? I'm assuming you're trying to like sleight of hand the scroll. I'm assuming, right?
correct.
Let me see here.
Would be sleight of hand or stealth, since the knock spell is a verbal spell.
Let's see here. There it is. Yeah, it's just simply like verbal. I'd say probably it's going to be a combination of sleight of hand to get the scroll out to use it, and then stealth to. Well, I'd say either stealth or deception. If you want to be quiet about it, or if you want to make it seem like you're casting it, but then you're trying to make it seem like you're saying or doing something else, like using a code word or something.
I'll do stealth then.
Alrighty. And then sleight of hand. Okay, so as you go up to a spot, she's watching as you click it, and while she's distracted by your hand, with your other, you quickly bring out the scroll. You grip it as you say the words, and how do you do your performance here?
All right, so you just need to come back here, grab the bracer here, and then in a matter of moments, your padlock should be unlocked.
And so as you do it, and you grip the scroll, it burns in your hand, like not hurting you, but there is a very audible, just a banging as the padlock just kind of clunk. As she drops it, goes, "Good heavens!" Whew, that gave me quite a start. That was very loud.
Yes, from what I was told about this statue, it has the bracer on this one has the knock spell imbued into it, which can only be used once a day.
Oh, I see. That is. Whew. Let's see. What is the practical use of this then? So, is it just in case you get locked outside your home?
No, so at least where I found this statue, it was right by a secret passage into this gentleman's basement, which can only be unlocked from this statue. So it's a better way to protect these passageways that you want to keep hidden.
Well, it certainly is unique. Only once a day makes it a little limited, though. She kind of thinks for a little bit. It'll still cost quite a bit to roll it around, and then to find a person that this would be perfect for. I could offer you 35 gold for that. combined with the other statue that's more mundane. 40 gold total? As she
How about we
stares
do How about we do 50 gold for both of them?
roll a persuasion. She kind of looks at it and pauses a bit. Okay, I'll do 50. You seem nice enough, and I feel that you might have some better items that I could probably make better use of, so I'll go 50.
Very well.
She hands you the 50. Could you have your mimic perhaps place that on my skiff?
I'm gonna look at Morrison, just stare at him.
He kind of rolls his eyes and then opens his mouth to try eating the statues again. Do you let him?
Yep.
All right. So what proceeds is you putting Murphs and just watching as he engulfs both the statues again, and then you going over to the skiff and then him belching it out onto the skiff again. As the skiff just rocks very heavily, with now 800 pounds worth of stone sitting on it. Oh yeah, I do hope that where I'm going, they'll have plenty of men for this. Ooh, anyway, anything else that you have?
Nope, that's it for me as of right now. But perhaps in the future I'll come back with some better items.
Very well. I generally tend to stop by here from time to time if you want to return here. Otherwise, just travel around the sewers for some time, and I'm sure we'll meet again.
Very well. I shall see you again in the future.
Alright, good business. I will see you later. She puts her hand to her chin and she looks at her skiff and gets a pole up and is like, oh dear, this is going to be quite a workout. She hops on and you watch as she begins to push down onto the bottom of the sewer and just... Yes, she slowly starts making her way downstream.
Just hear a grinding noise as the skiff is bottoming out.
And so you've...
Much like Velocicoaster.
And so you've managed to offload those two statues. And you now know of a fence within the city by the name of Elda.
And with that, I'm gonna go back to the treasurer's place.
Okay. So after roughly an hour, as Dain, you've finished getting your gear floated. Talos has finished up in his room. He kind of steps out as he peeks in through your door. Oh, I didn't realize Greyhound was staying in here with you.
To be honest, I don't know. It was kind of just attached to my bag, I found.
Oh. Curious.
Well, it did explain why the bag suddenly got heavier, but,
It's a curious little creature. It's almost like a tiny dragonborn, but not. Well, how's unpacking going for you? I've all settled in my room.
Just about finished up here. Inventory checks and all of that usual stuff.
Excellent, glad to hear that. Oh, Sir Talos, I see that you are out of your room already. Yes, hello. As you kind of see through the crack of the door Dain as one of the servant girl has returned. I came to inform you that dinner will be ready soon. If you'd like to make your way to the dining hall. Well, yes, I'm absolutely starved. Shall we, Dain? Do you want to wake up a Greyhound there?
Aye. And I'm just gonna walk over and give Greyhound a nudge.
And twitches and just mumbles, "Hungry, hungry."
There might be pomegranates downstairs if you wake up.
Grand's eyes immediately just pop open, look straight at you. You think so?
Well, this is the treasurer. We're now in his home, so you know, might have some down there.
Grand immediately just flies up and is ready to go now. All his backpack on and everything that he was sleeping in.
Well, we'll follow you then, miss. And she bows her head and proceeds to walk through the hall. Assuming you all follow her.
Yeah.
Right. As you all proceed to follow the servant, Milo, you make your way back to the treasurer's estate. As you notice that all the carts and wagons are gone at this point. There appears to be a couple guards just outside the door. They give you a head nod as they open up the door and let you in, where there's a servant immediately waiting for you. Yes, Sir Milo. Dinner is almost ready. If you would please follow me.
Is there anywhere I can at least drop my gear off real fast before showing up to dinner? I would hate to show up in fashion like this.
Yes, please follow me. And so, as you follow the servant, you come across Talos, Dain, and Greyhound being escorted by one of the other servants. As you all see, Milo has returned.
Good business there, Milo.
It went well enough.
Well, don't take too long, Milo. Dinner's almost ready. I wouldn't want to miss out. His Greyhound just peers over the shoulder of Dain. His goggles glowing in the night.
He's trying to just hold on to him.
It's like a cat that's on the shoulder of a human. Just like, I don't know how the fuck it got up here. I don't want it to fall down, though.
And so, Milo, you're quickly led not too far distance to a hallway with a set of doors, and one of the doors is opened up to an empty bedroom as the servant goes, "Here's your sleeping arrangements."
Very well, thank you.
Once you're ready, I shall escort you to the dining hall.
Very well. And I'll change into the right attire for Milo on his
Your
character
fancy,
profile.
your fancy attire.
Oh, of course.
Justin's like, yeah, nah, I'm done.
And so, Talos, Dain, and Greyhound, as you're led to the dining hall, where you see there's a long and large table with just dozens of chairs situated around it. You see that there are eating utensils, plates, glasses, like fanciest of the fancy. Talos, Dain, and eventually when you get there, Milo, you would recognize this as being very similar to one of your first interactions with the treasure back in Port Lamontagne and how everything was there.
I wasn't there. That was Namfoodle.
Oh, it was Namfoodle, wasn't it? Never mind then. So Dain and Talos would recognize this. If Dallin was here, he would recognize it, but fortunately, Dallin seems to be somewhere off in the desert somewhere. On a horse with no name.
His name is Bagel, goddammit.
I was making a reference. Anyway,
I know.
as you all get yourself situated, it's a few minutes later as Milo was brought into the dining hall as well. And Milo, you see everything as well. The treasurer currently at the head of the table. All of you are situated nearby him, near the end, as you see as Burning Arm, a few of the other scholars who have remained, as well as a bunch of other servants or guards are currently situated at the table, taking up only half of this large and long table, as the other half seems to be empty. As the treasurer tinks one of his glass with a spoon. Ting, 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 ting. I'd like to formally welcome you all to my estate. It was a long and arduous journey, but we have made it here to the capital safely. I'd like to take a moment to thank our escort, Talos, Dain Blackspire, Milo Highhill, and though he left early, Mr. Dallin was also very, very appreciated. Hopefully you all will see him again soon. And of course, our newest member of our entourage, who helped us get through the underdark, Greyhound. As he kind of looks at you as you just I imagine like you're just kind of like halfway underneath the table already, just kind of peeking up over.
His eyes are the only thing that looking over, and he's kind of just kicking his feet while he's dangling. Just staring at you.
Oh.
Got his goggles up right now.
If there's nothing else, and I say, let our dinner begin. As he raises up his hands, just dozens of servants come pouring out of a door from behind him, bearing platters with the I forget what they're called. Those metal dome things that go on top of the platters. They have a very fancy name to it. Cloches? Is that right?
No idea.
I feel like that's a thing. We'll just call it just like the metal dome things. So, as the servants come out and they place down the platters in front of each of you, they pause all for a quick moment, and then simultaneously, all at once, as if they had rehearsed it, they all remove the domes all at once, revealing your food. And each of you can describe what is before you. So, Dane, what would it be in front of you for your meal?
I'm not really too sure.
Well, you have no preference for how Dane would eat?
Oh, I do. I just know if I start saying, I'm actually gonna get hungry.
Gotcha.
Probably just what's it? I've just lost all words.
We'll get back to you. Milo, what would Milo meal be?
Milo's meal would be a traditional, fancier, halfling meal. So, like, a fillet of salmon with some mashed potatoes on the side, as well as some greens.
Sounds good. And Greyhound, basically, as soon as the dome is uncovered, pomegranates just come pouring out all over in front of you, as it was overflowing with pomegranates. Or is there
Can I
something
add
specific?
one more thing to it?
Yes.
Pomegranate's on the side, but it's he really likes crabs.
So yes,
There's
surrounded
a crab,
by
there's crab legs with a pomegranate inside.
yes, in a very decorative fashion, like much fancier than Greyhound would ever want or deserve, is just a set of crab legs that are perfectly buttered and steaming with just so we're completely surrounded by what appears to be a sea of the seeds of pomegranate just all around it. Making it almost look like caviar in a way. And for Talos, you all look over and you see he's got just like an insanely marbled steak with what appears to be some wine, some vegetables, as well as just everything looks exquisite on his end. And Milo, as you look at your platter, you're kind of shocked a little bit because you're like, huh, how did he know that this was kind of exactly what I've been craving lately? And it's all the like most exquisite kind of ingredients. And Dain, did you figure out your platter yet?
Yeah. Pretty much Dain just has a nice I cannot get words. I am sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. Do we need to play charades? Is it 3 words? First word?
I was gonna say it's like a nice roast, like potatoes and greens and everything, and a nice tankard of ale.
Blackspire Reserve, actually. So yes, with a nice slab of meat, steamy potatoes that are very nice and creamy. You can see a little bit of black pepper kind of topping on the top of it, with a couple cubes of what appear to be butter just half melted and continuing to melt over the top of the mashed potatoes, and the chilled and aromatic smell of the Blackspire Reserve, as you're oh so familiar with, is before you, as all of you are presented with absolutely and fantastic meals.
Very nice.
As you see, as the treasurer himself seems to have some lobster, as well as a multitude of other pieces of seafood and what appear to be maybe some asparagus, as he takes up his fork and knife and begins to eat. And so you all get to enjoy a very, very good hearty meal. You all... Let me see here. Yeah. I'll say you all benefit from a hero's feast for this, as you all eat and drink your fill, just absolutely very much enjoying it in its entirety. And you all will get 15 temporary hit points for the time being. And for the next 24 hours, if any of you had any diseases, poison, you're cured of that, and for the next 24 hours, you're immune to poison and being frightened. So the city no longer intimidates you.
Very nice.
And as you all continue to enjoy your meal, the treasurer looks over at you all and goes, Well, my friends, you'll be pleased to know that not long after we arrived here, a notice was sent to me indicating that your new keep, Starfall Citadel it was, should be complete within the next few weeks. They made some quite good progress on it. And so, upon its completion, of course, as we agreed before, we'll cover as part of your reward for safely transporting me here.
Our keep.
Oh yes. I recall that there was another in your place. He was with us until we reached Antarctica, but he nevertheless will have a small place there for himself as well, should he ever decide to join you all again. Near the city of Port La Montagne, there is a place that was chosen that shall serve as a fortress for yourself and your party, should you wish to remain there. Your party members elected to call it Starfall Citadel, and each has their own unique and special place for themselves in that fortress.
Ah, very nice.
There is also a spot for you as well, Sir Milo. For after I had learned that you had survived and that you would be continuing to help escort us, I sent word back that a place for you would be designed.
Greyhound's snout kind of pops up.
Fortunately for you, little one, there is no place, as you have not been put into any sort of contract or agreement with this party. But I imagine that you are free and welcome to go there and stay, should the rest of your friends agree to it.
Yep. Greyhound kind of just stands up on his chair and just looks at everyone.
Oh, Talos kind of finishes chomping on his food. Well, he certainly has been quite helpful, especially getting us to the underdark. He's a strong ally. I would have no issue with having him return with us to Starfall Citadel. What about you, Dain?
Greyhound has been a an essential help.
I guess those are a thing.
Yes, words are a thing. But yes, Greyhound has been an essential help on our journey, and I would have no issues with him coming back to Starfall with us, if he wishes to.
It's kind of just shaking with excitement. Looks at you, Milo.
I'm not sure why you're looking at me. I'm learning about this just as you are, but I also would have no issue.
I would have thought it'd be in the contract.
I wasn't there for that.
No, but you had the contract on you still. And apparently you read it to the letter. Sorry.
Well then, it seems that you all have that figured out. And of course, you all still have my cards with you. I show you that if there's any sort of business or shopping that you wish to proceed with here, you should know that those cards will work for you here as well. Except for you, my dear Milo. It seems that while Nampoodle received his card and had purchased goods using it, it would appear that you did not receive one. Am I correct?
I'm gonna quickly go through my bag and realize I do not have anything like that.
No, of course not. And he kind of goes up and, as a servant comes in through one of the side doors and comes over to you with another platter and lifts it up to very grandly to reveal what appears to be a small card, about the size of like a playing card. It has some intricate you don't even have to make a check. You could tell it is magic in some way, as it appears to be made of highly fine materials. Oh, let me see. Did Justin have a description of this that he wrote down?
I have no idea.
Let me search in the Discord general, see if maybe he has. Because I thought he had like a nice description of how they looked. I just can't remember what the exact description was. Nope, I don't. That search did not work. In any case, essentially, if you all kind of remember what the description was, I think it was what was it? It looked like a sapphire, like kind of card. It looked like it was made of very high quality materials. As he hands it over to you, as the platters moved towards you, as the treasurer kind of looks at you and goes. Now, the others, I imagine, have been keeping track of how much they have used on their particular cards, but you will find that that particular card, as a reward for helping to deliver me here to the capital, has reserved onto it a value of 50,000 gold coins that you may use to make your purchases anywhere in the city. It also works in Lancasquer as well.
Isn't this Lancasquer?
Sorry, Port La Montaigne. Thank you.
That is most generous of you, Treasurer. I do appreciate it.
Of course, it is my pleasure. Well, upon the morrow I will have to conduct some of my business, and I will see if I can't arrange a meeting with Lord Sadin on your behalf to have him meet you and congratulate you on some of the magnificent things you've done, as no doubt I'm sure he'll be appreciative to know about how you got rid of that one pirate lord. Plus, I must report to him the situation that I observed over to the east, with Enraged and Draconus. Quite a conundrum, that one. Although, I suppose, perhaps in the near future, that problem may not be much of a thing, as he kind of looks at each one of you. I suppose only time will tell, huh?
Time will tell.
Greyhound, is Greyhound sitting next to Milo?
Would he be? There'd be like two of you on each side. Like, essentially, Talos and Dain would be sitting closest. I'll ask you this. Would you? So two of you would be on one side, two of you would be on the opposite side, facing the others. Dain, would you want to sit next to Talos, Milo, or Greyhound?
I'll be sitting next to Talos. Why not? Because
Okay.
I know Milo's probably across making faces at Talos.
No, Milo is being civil. He is in a esteemed guest, or he's a esteemed guest in a very proper place. So he's doing his best to abide.
Fair.
Well, Greyhound's gonna nudge whoever's closest to him, and he's gonna ask, "Hey, what's this time thing?" He says.
What's what?
What's this time thing he's saying?
I still didn't get what you're trying to say, so that's why I'm very confused.
Milo stop responding.
Greyhound does not understand the word time.
Time, it's how we... Fucking... You're giving me a dilemma right now, Greyhound. I do not appreciate this. Time is, more or less based around the position of the sun and its cycles. Anyone else care to join in on this and help me explain this?
I want to see where this goes. Oh, I'm on the other side of the table. I can't hear what's going on.
Hey, Dane, explain time to Greyhound for me.
Talos would kind of look at you, look over as he dabs his lips with a napkin. Well, essentially, time is a way of explaining many things. Some would say it's a construct of mortals. Others say it is something that the gods themselves have knowledge and control over. Interestingly enough, one of the particular gods that have taken a keen eye on us seem to have some control over it. As he kind of raises an eyebrow at you, Dain, and you, Milo.
The moment you start speaking about God, he starts speaking about gods. Greyhound immediately looks extremely disgusted and disappointed.
Not much of a fan of the gods, are we, small one?
You could say that. Had a bad history with them.
Also, Talos, you might want to stop referring to us as small ones, since you have 3 party members that are smaller than you.
Of course, apologies, Milo. Well, Greyhound, you're not alone in your dislike or distrust of them. Our good friend Dain here, he also doesn't quite believe in the gods himself.
I acknowledge that there are these godly beings around. I mean, we found the Celestial after all. But my faith lies in the ancestors.
No gods exist. I just despise their kind.
Isn't that quite interesting to hear? As the treasure kind of looks over at you, Greyhound.
I have a past, and that's all I'll say.
I see. Well, there's nothing quite wrong with that, of course. He continues to eat some from his lobster.
Greyhound just throws his face back into eating his food, eating the shell of the crab as well.
You all hear crunching from Greyhound.
Well, seems to be he's enjoying his food.
Of course, this is delicious. Same as it was back when we feasted at your palace over in Port LaMontagne, treasure. And Talos gives a head nod. Treasure responds, Yes, but of course. I only dine from the finest, and those that serve me well do as well. Well, I don't know about you all, but after I get myself a good night's sleep, I do have a few things that I was hoping that I could take a look at. For example, I was going to see if I could find one of the local paladin garrisons in the city and report to them on what's happening in Enraged. See if perhaps we might be able to get some support and aid when we have to head back that way.
That sounds like a good idea on that front. Any support going out that way would definitely help.
Yes, while you will remain guests upon my honor, my privilege to hold you as guests. Officially, with this having transported me here safely to my estate, your contracts are thereby completed. Of course, I may have work for you in the future, but at this time you all are free to go your own ways. What will you do? I must say I'm intrigued to hear about your next adventure.
Graham kind of raises his hand up, kind of just wanting to say something. Ask the treasure or something.
Yes, Greyhound?
Could I have some access to holy water, if you have some?
I'm afraid that I would not have any holy water. But the city does host a plethora of chapels and churches and temples where I'm sure you can get holy water for any of the gods that you so deem.
So be it.
I'm afraid that despite your dislike of the gods, unfortunately to obtain certain items that require their touch, unfortunately you still have to deal with some of their clergy.
Graham kind of just sits there, like all grumpy now, kind of like a toddler being kind of a little mad.
The treasurer does bring up a good point. Now that we have completed transporting him safely here, we do have another big task upon us. Dallin, before we went into the Underdark, took off to find his brother over in Enraged. I must admit that I have been quite worried about him, and as we have not heard from him since he left. As Talos kind of rubs his chin.
That is worrying.
So, what do you all think? Should our next venture be to travel back to Enraged and see about finding Dallin and helping him? Or should we return back to Port LaMontagne?
We-
We should probably go help Dallin. To be honest.
I'd have to agree. Milo, what do you think?
We did say that once our business here was finished, we would head back that way.
Indeed. We did tell the leader of the Circle of the Sands that we were planning on returning to Enraged to scope it out and determine if what they were saying was about Lord Xanatos was true. And then we would determine whether or not we would join his side or Xanatos's. You all still feel the same now that we are here?
That's... well, it is probably the best course of action. And then from there we can figure out what to do after. If there is an after.
Well, so long as we stick together, there will always be an after. But I will admit, if we were to take on this task, it is a monumental one. It will be no easy task, but I suppose there's not much point in pondering over it until at least we get to find Dallin and learn what he has learned.
To be fair, what task have we done has been easy?
You do have a point there.
Well, it is getting quite late. I think I shall finish my food and then retire for the evening. As Talos takes one last piece of his steak, eats it up, and then proceeds to dab his lips with a napkin before getting up. Excuse me, treasurer. As the treasurer gives him a head nod, you watch as Talos leaves the room. As you all look over at Greyhound. Greyhound, would you be one to stick some parts of the crab legs in your ears or your nose?
Probably. He's a very silly person.
Yeah, you look over and you see as 4 of the crab legs are in now the nostril and ears of Greyhound. He's just kind of like, nah.
Dane's just gonna sigh and just continue munching on food.
When I lean over and whisper to Greyhound, that's not really how you should act in situations like this.
He pulls one out of his ear and starts eating. What do you mean?
You know what? Just enjoy yourself.
Alright, he goes back to what he was doing.
And you all enjoy the rest of your meals, I presume? And at the end, the treasurer stands up and goes, "Thank you all again. If you need me, I'll be around." As he then kind of bows his head a little bit and then leaves and exits the room.
Treasure, one quick question before you leave.
Yes, Milo.
This, card that you bestowed upon me, I can use it for anything within the city, correct?
Why, yes. Essentially, what it does is, when you use it, everyone that recognizes it, and of course we'd learned that in Enraged, they don't recognize it there. Yet. And he gives a bit of a smirk. So long as you use that there, essentially what it is doing is giving them a promise that I will pay for it. Essentially, you're able to purchase things through my name.
Very good.
It is set at a limit of 50,000 gold pieces, just so you're aware.
Very well.
Use it well. As he leaves the room.
Very good.
Milo's gonna finish up his meal and then return to his room for the night.
Sounds good.
Dain will do the same, and if there's any of the Black Spire Reserve left, I'm gonna take that with me to the room.
If you grab the bottle and just take it with you.
Which room would be the closest from the dining room?
Probably the kitchen.
Between the bedrooms of the players.
Hang on, what are you looking for exactly?
Trying to choose where Greyhound would just decide to go and sleep.
Finding a bedroom to crash in.
Well, there's the hallway where there's about roughly 8 rooms total. 4 of them have been set aside or for each of the members of the party. So Talos is in one. Next to him is Dain across the ways, and Milo, and then there is a room that is currently open with the key sitting inside of it for Greyhound.
So Dain's is the closest.
Yes.
Alright, as Dain is opening his door to go to bed, or just go into his room, Greyhound's gonna sneak in and just lay down to a ball, like crawl into a ball and fall asleep.
What is it?
You have this 2-foot tall little kobold thing just kind of in there with you now, Dain.
I just look over at Greyhound, just go, and then just chill out.
Greyhound is like literally the size of like a large dog.
Yeah, Greyhound literally will fall asleep anywhere.
And he's currently drooling on the nice carpet.
I'm sure that'll buff out.
Alright, and so as you all get to your rooms for the night, Greyhound goes right to sleep. Talos proceeds to check over his gear, make sure everything is set. Anything you're doing, Dain?
Well, now that I've got everything actually out of the bag, I'm what is it? Checking on the.
Oh, poor Talos.
Damn. Not on that one, but yeah.
Poor Talos had too much to drink and he went to bed.
That's better than what I was about to say. It's like all we just hear is clunking coming from Talos' room as he upends his bag on the ground.
Oh, man. Anyway, continue, Dain.
But I'm gonna do just a quick inventory of the stuff that I've got and just make sure everything is in its usual condition.
Sounds good. And Milo?
Milo's gonna go ahead and write a letter to Lure, just stating that Lancasquer is where I'm residing for the time being.
Sounds good. Were you going to mention the salesman that you propositioned on the road as well?
Yeah, I'll throw that in there. I guess.
You forgot about him, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Okay, good. All right. So you go ahead and write that up and get it ready for post. If you wanted to, you could give it to a servant. As it was explained to you that the bell that's there's a small bell in your room that if you ring it, a servant will be around to give it to assist you in however they can.
Ah, gotcha.
Only if you wish so. And so, if there's nothing else, you all get to bed and find that, like in your bedrooms, they're very quite nice. The windows outside, you can see the lights of the city around you, as there are lampposts all over, lit with what appears to maybe be gas. It could be possibly oil. Some of them, it's hard to determine. You feel like they might even be magical lights. It's kind of hard to tell. Essentially, you see as they kind of illuminate the parts of the city, buildings, the roads all around you. Directly outside of where you are, you're able to see quite nicely the canal that's nearby. It almost looks like a small lake in front of you as you watch as the water just kind of flowing, ebbing and flowing as it does. High above, you can see the tower of the mage tower behind you. Your windows don't have the greatest view of it, but it does kind of capture a little bit of it as it is quite massive. And above, it's a little hard to see the sky here as you're noticing. All the lights that are in the city seem to make it... You're not really able to see any stars, but you're able to still see the moon above you as you all just kind of gaze out your window for a moment before laying down to rest on what is a very comfortable mattress. As you each kind of get into it, it is set perfectly to your size as well as your preference for sleeping. Like, for some of you, like Dain, you do enjoy something nice and soft, but you still need it to be quite firm, much like a dwarf. And even it is perfectly in line with that. Whereas for Milo, I imagine Milo probably gets a bed that is incredibly soft, and he just kind of sinks into it a bit, right?
Absolutely.
And Greyhound has his carpet, which he's currently gnawing on.
Yep.
And you all benefit from a long rest.
Very nice.
As you all wake up in the morning, you all feel quite refreshed. You still have the 15 temporary HP. That doesn't go away.
Nice.
Because you'll have it at least until the evening of this day. And the day is yours.
Alright. You guys thinking of doing?
Well, I gotta go find a post office. And also the blacksmiths to go deliver some stuff.
Well, for timing then, since I also need to find a post office, so I shall accompany you there.
Very good.
Talos.
Greyhound's gonna go to a church.
I feel like I almost feel the venom when you said that. Greyhound's gonna go to a church. And Talos had made it clear that he was going to seek one of the local paladin paladin locations and see about getting some reinforcements, explaining essentially to the paladins, what's happening in Enraged to see if they can provide any support. And he's also going there to see about getting an update about Duskwood as well. Yes.
Would a Greyhound be able to get holy water with him?
I imagine so.
Alright, he's gonna go with
Eventually, as he's kind of talking, so after I find the garrison, I'll report on what's happening in Undercool. Then I'll see if they have any sort of information on what's happening in Duskwood. Then, after that, I think I'm going to go find a bathhouse. I don't know about you all.
Can a Greyhound
a good bath.
Piggyback on Talos?
He kind of looks at you, and like he's a good 4 feet taller than you. As he looks down at you, he goes, sure, why not? Up.
Greyhound just climbs up on him.
Watch the claws. Ugh. Those are quite sharp.
Greyhound just clinks them together. Damn right they are.
This makes it sound like
Alright,
a pair.
Onward, mighty steed.
I would prefer if you didn't. And he kind of shakes his head as he goes on. Here we go. While we are here at this point, I think with Talos and Greyhound going off to get some holy water and get some information, Dain and Milo were going to go together to do their business.
Aye.
Correct.
Very good. Then, if that's the case, I am going to call a bathroom break real quick here, as give you all a chance to relieve yourself if you need to. And at the same time, I'm going to roll up the loot from the last time, because I forgot to do that. And I'll tell you all what you essentially got and how you want to split it.
Very well.
Alright, so
nice.
we'll be right back.
Alright.
monster hunter games. It's a lot of tapping and bouncing about, that kind of thing. Welcome back. I am in the process of trying to finish up that, writing the first couple of sessions of that campaign, by the way. So we should be getting that up and running soon. It's just I've been dealing with a lot of other stuff, and I'm about to have to start working a whole lot more because we just got a very expensive espresso machine. And I'm one of the only people that actually knows how to use it. So yeah, that's fun.
Sounds like it. By the way, you sound
Yeah,
very
I
muffled.
do want to talk to you about a. Huh? Good.
I was talking to Justin. He sounds very muffled.
I'm using a pair of headphones with built-in microphone.
That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Also trying not to be too let's use watching TV. My family's just fine. Anyways. You were saying something, Ryan?
There's a homebrew item I wanted to talk to you about. It's nothing crazy. It's really just something I wanted to tie in from my character's backstory. I wanted to give you.
Because I technically run 2 campaigns for you guys.
Star Wars.
Yeah, just send it to me in a message. I'll take a look at it.
Gotcha.
Anyways, not to hold up any more time. So,
So, are we all back? We all ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay. So, as we get back into it, if you all want to, I don't know how you wish to disperse it all, but as a reward for killing the horde of Drow and essentially kind of dealing with them, you did do a quick loot of their bodies, and you found roughly 29,000 pieces of gold, respectively, from your quick looting. About 60 platinum pieces, 1,600 gold pieces, 7,000 silver, 600 copper, and about 7 pieces of. You found like 3 large gold bracelets, some brass mugs. On the Drider itself, you found a bronze crown. Each of them, you could roughly estimate they might be worth 250 gold apiece.
That's a decent amount of stuff.
Yeah. And as well as with that, you also did find 2 additional items. 1 potion of superior healing, and a magic scroll off of one of them, which was for dispel magic at 3rd level.
Interesting. Easiest way is probably split it 4 ways.
Tim, send me the amounts. I'll see what I can do about it.
Ready? Yeah, I'll post it in my notes here real quick.
Yeah, that way I know. That's probably not an easy thing to split 4 ways. Give me a second.
But yeah, but would any of you in particular, since there are two unique items. Milo did get, of course, the bracers. So there's the dispel spell scroll, dispel magic, and then the potion of superior healing.
You don't happen to have any. Oh, are those the art pieces there?
Yes.
Alright. If you guys were to sell all of it and split it up evenly, it'd be 1,164 gold pieces each.
So we'll send. How much did you say? I'll send that as a message to Talos. Thank you. So I'll post that in Talos' thing. So all of you can mark that down if you wish.
How much was it again? I didn't quite catch that.
1,164.
There's a lot of
Nice.
money, my guys.
Nice.
Money, 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 money.
And with that, I finally break 10k.
Woot woot.
Ah, damn. Any of y'all up for playing BRG later tonight?
If only I could, but I gotta get to bed so I can work tomorrow.
Gets to pack for my flight tomorrow.
Mm.
And unfortunately, I also actually did pack. Not for a flight, though.
Alright.
He sees how it is. So, with that, shall we? So we had Talos and Greyhound heading to go and do some of their business, and we had Dain and Milo doing theirs. Did we have any preference on who wished to go first? No. Shall we?
I'm fine for anything.
Shall we roll for it?
Sure, why not?
Sure.
All right, roll initiative, everyone.
Alright.
I rolled a 2 for that fog.
Good lord.
I've got one better. I rolled a 3.
Okay, so
Did I not roll? Seriously?
did not
My
see a
guy.
roll. Come on, Greyhound, roll.
Jesus
Go!
Christ! What just happened?
I think you got your rolls now.
All I did was press it twice.
That was twice?
Yeah. Can I use the nat 20?
I'm using your first roll, which was a 5. So between the 5, so 7
Fuck.
between Talos and Greyhound puts them at 7, whereas Milo's and Dane's is 12. Milo and Dane gets to go first. But dear Lord, Greyhound. It's like Greyhound on coke, just like, I'm ready to go, I'm ready to go, and I'm not ready to go, I'm ready to go, I'm not ready to go, I'm ready to go, I'm not ready to go.
Greyhound, if you wanted to go first, you
Wait,
could have just
I-
said that.
Barely pressed me.
Oh boy.
I really don't care. I'm just surprised that 2 clicks made that.
Whew. Alrighty, so as Dain and Milo give a wave to Talos and Greyhound, you two head off towards the city. You find the nearest guard, and they instruct you on where to go to find one of the nearest post stations. It's easy enough. He instructs you over to a spot, and as you get there, the postmaster greets you at the window. Hello, yes. How can I help you? Do you wish to post something, or are you here to pick up?
Posting.
Very good. Please hand it here.
I'll hand over my letter to Lure then.
He takes the whole letter. Antiva. Shouldn't be a problem. Might take a few weeks. And you, sir?
Wait, weeks?
Well, it just depends on how long it'd take for the ship to arrive once they are transporting it.
Okay, let me change something real fast then.
Very well, as he hands it back. And for you, sir, as he takes a look at you.
I'm looking to see if there is anything for me.
And your name, sir?
Dain Blackspire.
Just a moment. I'm afraid that there does not appear to be anything for Dain Blackspire in the registry for around the city. Were you expecting something?
I was just hoping that that they had gotten back to me. It's alright. I appreciate you having a look.
Of course, sir. And for you, have you finished your revisions?
Yep, here it is.
Thank you, sir. As he takes it and takes both of your letters and puts it into a bin. It will be sent out on the day. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Not on my end, Milo.
Nope, I'm good to go.
Then I guess we shall bid you good day, good sir.
And good day to you, sirs. Alright. And so, I assume that you two then, let's see, you wanted to go to the blacksmith's Dain?
Yeah, I gotta go drop this other letter off.
Very good. And then Milo, you had something else?
I guess I'll follow Dain to the blacksmith area
Very good.
and try to find a shop or something around there.
Any particular kind of shop you're keeping an eye out for?
Some kind of magic shop.
Very good. So, as you are traveling, once again, directions are like surprisingly easy to come by. Like, you were thinking that it might be more difficult to find what you're looking for, but As you continue traveling through the city, you realize that the guards are very easy to communicate with as they instruct you on where you need to go and what you need to be looking out for. And so you're able to find what you're needing easily enough. As you make yourself to the. Are you going to the higher or lower crafting district, Dain and Milo?
Probably the higher one. If not, then I'll try the lower one.
Alrighty. And so, as you get to the higher one, you see that there are multiple different buildings of craftsmen all across different spectrums. Each of them offering different crafts, different stuff, from blacksmiths to magic enchanters to hosiers, clothiers. There's practically masters of their craft doing anything and everything. And so you see that finding just a blacksmith is difficult because there appears to be multiple blacksmiths. As you kind of start asking around, they're like, which blacksmith are you heading for? We got some master blacksmiths of the dwarves over there. Over there, there's some of the elves. We got some gnomish blacksmiths over there. Of course, if you're wanting to go right to the top, there's of course the Grandmaster blacksmith. To be honest, I wouldn't go to him unless you have something important, though, because he's a right scary one.
I'll keep that in mind.
He kind of like lowers his voice a little bit. He takes a look at you. They call him Surtur. He's a fire giant. He's like 25 feet tall and fiery red hair, red skin, and hair is just blazing orange. He's quite a scary sight to look at, but they say that when it comes to blacksmithing, there ain't no one finer.
Hey, he does sound rather intimidating.
If you're looking for one of your kind, you can go find Thrain Ironbeard. He's a master blacksmith of the dwarves.
Hey, I'll go over and have a chat with Thrain over there. Thank you, good sir.
Of course. And as you make your way over, you find yourself at... it's not as big and grand as you would have thought. It's rather modest, but you do see a number of dwarves within there, currently banging on their anvils and working on tools and weapons, armor of all kind, very much in dwarven fashion. And give me a quick history check, if you would, please.
Alrighty.
So
19.
you're talking about the dwarven forges?
Yes.
All right. Give me just a second here, and I'll see what I can pull up for you.
All right. As you sit there and start to, as you heard the name of Thrain Ironbeard, you think back and you're like, the Ironbeards. You actually have heard about them. You know that they're an ancient dwarven clan, well known all over as they have a lineage of skilled blacksmiths. They've been known to craft legendary weapons and armor for generations. Let's see, with that roll... Yeah, I'd say with that roll, you got it. So with that roll, You have heard of Thrain himself. You've never met him personally, but you have heard about him. You can see him standing there within his shop. He is a stout and burly dwarf, standing just over 4 feet tall. He's got a long, thick mane of silver hair that reaches down to his waist, which you can see is tied into intricate braids adorned with small metal trinkets. His bushy beard is also silver and well maintained. You can also see that it also has a couple. It's mostly free, but there are 2 distinct braids that are within it. He's got deep blue eyes that sparkle with the wisdom and mirth. His face is etched with lines of age and experience. His hands, as he holds his hammer, you can see that they look to be strong, calloused, and they bear the mark of countless hours spent at the anvil. You're able to easily pick him out as being a master blacksmith. You also know that he is the last in a long line of master blacksmiths. Whatever forge he has is usually a renowned destination for anyone seeking the finest craftsmanship in whatever land that they are within. His reputation exceeds far beyond his stronghold of his family, the city. Just his name alone is enough to draw adventurers, warriors, and nobles from all walks of life to seek his services.
Whenever you're ready, Tim.
Now.
Alright. As you approach the forge, within the city of Lancasquer, the sprawling, beautiful city that you've seen from afar, a grand forge emerges. Its mighty hearths and anvils ready to craft wonders for adventurers of all races. Set against the backdrop of stone buildings, this forge thrives as a hub of creativity. Skilled blacksmiths from dwarves to elves and beyond come together to shape weapons and armor of both legendary and practical quality. The ringing of hammers and the glow of molten metal form a symphony of creation, while the market stalls nearby showcase the fruit of their labors, offering weapons imbued with magic and armor adorned with enchantment. In this bustling city forge, heroes and artisans unite, forging legends one swing of a hammer at a time.
Nice.
So you see this all before you. I assume you approach.
Oh yes.
As you approach, Thrain is finishing talking with a few of his workers. And then he kind of notices you. Well, greetings there, Master Dwarf. What can Thrain Ironbeard do for ye?
Master Thrain, tis a pleasure to meet you. Didn't know you were over here in Lancasquer.
Aye. I did have me a nice shop over across the water there, but rumor heard that they needed quite a few excellent blacksmiths over here in Lancasquer, and, well, let's just say, the challenges that is waiting me here they intrigued me enough to bring my shop over this way. Hello?
Nope, it was Chip. And by Chip.
What happened there?
Chip got added, and then Chip went, nah, I'm good, and left.
Oh, I think Justin was trying to set the mood a little bit.
Just a bit. It wasn't what I was looking for.
Here, I think I remember that there was something in the Roll20 thing I could use. Was it this one?
Oh.
Nope, that's not it. This one probably. There it is. Boop and boop. Said boop. And as he kind of takes a look over at you, Dain, he eyes you up and down. If my eyes don't deceive me, you appear to be a blacksmith yourself, no?
Hey, not as skilled as you on that account, but I've trained for quite a while.
You're not wrong there. There's hardly one that matched me in my skill, save of course for Seta up over there. He's a grand master. I certainly learned a few tricks from him. What brings you to my forge today, huh? We could equip yourself with some of the finest arms and armor this side of the mountains.
Maybe at another time. For right now, I ran into, well, an old family member over in Anadra Cool, and he asked me to bring you bring your letter over from there. He's running his own blacksmithing over there as well, so.
What is this Another Cool? That's not a city I'm quite familiar with.
It's a city out in the desert. Used to be supposedly used to be a grand fairwood, but it's a little bit sandy now.
I don't say there. That sounds kind of rather odd. Last I knew, the land is to the east of here, where the river flowed. It was just nothing but forest over there, eh? As he was looking at another dwarf. Hey, that's what the Feywood over there. No place for a dwarf. Aye, there'd be a place for them elves, you know.
Aye, too many trees. But no, unfortunately, the woods are gone, and there's a bit of a desert in its place now.
You don't say. Oh, that is rather unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that for them. Very strange, but in any case, unfortunately, I haven't quite heard of that city. But did you say Blackspire?
Yes. What's it? My cousin over there, Rorik Blackspire. He's currently running the forges over there. Not sure what the letter contains, but yes, he wanted me to deliver it over here.
Aye, I see. Well, that there is quite interesting. I have heard about him, slightly. A rather up-and-coming blacksmith he is. But the Blackspire name of that there, I dare say that it has to be one that closely rivals the Ironbeards.
Well, that'd definitely be from my grandfather, Diathor.
Diathor Blackspire. Aye, I know his name quite well. A master of his craft he was. Haven't heard too much about him recently, though. Seems that or the last that I heard, he hasn't been doing much of his craft as late.
I unfortunately don't really know what's going on over there. Here's a wild chip. never mind, he's been kicked out of the forge. But yes. I don't really know how Diathor's doing these days, but I have heard that there is a new forge master over there.
Interesting. Well, I'll be keeping my ears out for that then. I'd be kind of intrigued to learn about who's taken up the forge. You say a letter from me from that Black Spire in Draculanar?
Yes. I'm gonna hand over the letter to him.
Thank you. I'll leave that a little later. And he kind of tucks that into his beard. Well, is that all for you then? Just a messenger boy?
Aye, for now. I'll probably come by later and I don't know. I'll have a bit more of a chat from there if I may poke my head around here a little bit.
Of course, I spend most of my time here at the forge. Plenty of jobs to be done, especially in a city this big. I suppose I'll be seeing you around then. Mr. What was your name again?
It's Dain Blackspire.
Dain the Lancasquer. Apologies, I should have properly introduced myself. Get his full name properly again. I'm Thrain Ironbeard. It'd be a pleasure making your acquaintance.
And a pleasure making yours.
And then as you kind of turn around to leave, he eyes you for a second and goes, Dan, hold on to that a moment.
Aye? What's up?
Could I see that shield of yours there? Something about it looks familiar.
Hey. I'm gonna take off Tempest Breaker from my back and pass it over to him.
Oh my, this is quite a shield you got here. Did you make it yourself?
No, I found that one quite a long time ago. Found it in a, well, what I can only really describe as a dungeon. Yes, definitely an interesting one. Saved my hide many a time.
I'll say, it looks like it's definitely taken a few beatings. This craftsmanship. As he kind of like stroke his beard a little bit. And he kind of turns a little bit there. There it is. And he kind of points it out to you. Do you see this here, lad? And upon it,
isn't that the craftsman's mark?
Aye, that it is. It looks a little bit differently, but and he kind of shows you. He pulls up a metal stamp of his own and pulls it up next to it. If you look here, a few things have been added by some of the family over the years, but if you remove this part, and this part, you'll see. And as you kind of visualize it, you see that it's what appears to be an ancient craftsman's mark on the part of the shield that very much that looks like it has to be an ancient Ironbeard symbol.
Aye.
If I had to wager a guess here, I'd have to say that this here shield must have been made by my great-great-grandfather, Eitri Ironbeard. If you think I was a master blacksmith, or you should have seen some of the work that he did. Family legend has it that there was a shield he made that was able to withstand a blow from Thor's hammer itself.
Well, I'm not sure about Thor's hammer, but I know this one has taken quite a beating.
They may have, but you just look at it. You know what? This is definitely one of his make, but legend has it that the shield that could take a blow from Thor's hammer itself, his name was Stormbreaker. If you'd be so kind, I'd personally like to see about testing out your shield to see if my theory here is correct.
Hey, more than welcome to. If
Right.
it is part of your family's work, you have more right to it than I do.
And I won't steal it from you. After all, it seems that you found it fair and square, but mostly just if you indulge an old dwarf's curiosum.
Hey,
Yep. And he takes the shield over to one corner of the forge where you see that there's a massive hammer. It's absolutely giant. And it's currently inactive. Here, yeah. Now, if this here is it's the shield that I think it is. And then you watch as he flips a switch, and the entire giant hammer lights up in electricity. Then this here should withstand this here blow without any sort of damage. Now, if something does happen, don't you worry, I will compensate you appropriately. But if this be an Ironbeard make, it would be a downright shame as well as a mockery of our work if this here were not to be able to survive this. As he puts the shield down on the anvil right below the hammer. Stand back, lads! As he then flips another switch, and you watch as the electric hammer just drops. And as it hits, you hear it just rings, just as lightning cracks across the entire nearby areas. Ironbeard just kind of like holds up his hand and backs up as like the massive hammer just absolutely hits with a percussive force that like you kind of have to hold yourself still for a second as the force itself almost knocks you and Milo down. As after a simple second, you kind of listen as the blow from the hammer seems to echo throughout the city as you kind of hear, it almost sounds like thunders. And then he pulls another lever as the hammer raises up again. And he pulls another lever, and the electricity.
it's a mighty big hammer you've got there.
Aye. It's all thin here. It helps make quick work of a lot of our smithing needs. Plus, I find that the electricity in it tends to help with the foraging process a little bit better. Helps keep the metal from losing all of its heat immediately, eh?
Hey,
Yeah, and then he kind of goes over to the shield and picks it up and holds it up towards you. You can see that the shield itself seems to be glowing with an electric current through it. Aye! There's no doubt about it, lad. This here has definitely got to be it. Look at it, it survived it like it was nothing. And it absorbed some of the electricity to it. It's just like the legend says. Oh, you've made a master dwarf's day here, lad.
hey, I'm glad I could assist.
Aye. Oh, what a pleasure it is to behold in this. Some of each his own personal work. It is a fine shield. It should serve. It should. It's already served you quite well. It should serve you well for a long time. But you know, there's something about it that it's not quite glowing as brightly as the legends say. You said you found it in some old dungeon, eh?
Aye, yes. Not quite sure where this place is. But from what I remember, it was just lying on the floor in this dungeon, in front of a very, very, very big door.
Probably dropped there by some poor adventurer who had it and fell feet to something nasty. Well, no one's heard from this shield in many a year. Honestly, it'd be back at the homeland of Stenma. But to be here in your hands, quite a curious thing. I'd be completely honest, according to the old stories, this here shield needs to, you can see that how the lightning here is kind of making it glow a little bit, eh? That was just a small charge from the hammer. I think if you were to get full use out of this here shield, it probably needs to be properly charged. Legends had it that it could just withstand the blow from Thor's hammer, and in order to maintain its power, it needed to be charged directly from a bolt of lightning. You know, to be charged by Thor himself.
Aye, that's interesting.
Aye. I reckon that while you're out adventuring, if you yourself want this shield here to be upgraded, you could say, improved upon, I imagine that if you were to allow it to get struck by lightning, making sure that it's direct, mind you, no dodging it, rather risky, I know, but the shield would certainly protect you from it. If you did that, I imagine that you might be able to. Find that the full potential of this here shield.
Aye.
There wasn't a hammer nearby when you found this here shield, was there?
Not that I remember.
It's just an old legend anyway. You kind of give him, I imagine, a look when he says that. He looks at you and goes, according to family legend, it's said that the dwarf who built this here shield, Eitri, my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, they say that he actually stole Thor's hammer itself to make this shield. I see that the gravity of what I just said has left you there. You do know about Thor, that, don't you?
I've heard of him, but
I've heard of him. He's one of the patron gods of the dwarves. You know, Thor, god of thunder.
Didn't really cover that in Black Spire, unfortunately.
I suppose that your family wizards more about themselves than the gods above. In any case, whether or not you believe in it, you can believe that this here is a powerful shield. Still rather odd that you found it in some old dungeon. Well, I'm just glad to see that it's serving its purpose again and being put to good use, eh?
Aye.
Does this dwarf good to see such fine craftsmanship again? I thank you for that, lad. I would ask that if you manage to charge it again properly, if you could return here and let me have a good look at it with its full potential. I'd certainly like to see that.
Aye, I'll keep that in mind.
Is Milo back?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. Was there anything you were wanting to do? You followed Dain all the way to the dwarven blacksmith. Was there anything you were wanting to do while you were there?
Not the blacksmith, no.
He was trying to find his magic shop.
I gotcha. I won't hold you up any longer. I appreciate you letting me confirm my suspicions about your shield. And certainly, come on back any time if you want some finely crafted stuff. I'd be happy to serve a friend of the Ironbeards. Haha.
Tis been a pleasure, Thrain. And I'm disappear outside.
Milo, your ears are still ringing from that hammer.
Milo's just gonna see Dain leave and take a bow and then leave as well.
Alright. Let's head out. Oh, that reminds me. I forgot to... Milo, you also... that reminds me. You in the loot from the Drider, on the one drow that you got the braces off of, you also did find this. One bottle of this, which I posted in your Discord. Alright, and so, as you both leave,
I
Milo...
was wondering, did that come up?
You were wanting to find a magic shop.
Yes, that'd be correct.
Very good. It's easy enough to find one. Was there a specific kind of item shop you were looking for?
Probably like a magic weapon shop.
Magic weapons, I gotcha. Okay, so you want magic weapons. Easy enough. Alright, so as you kind of ask around and inquire about where you can find some, like, are you wanting to stick around in the upper echelon of the crafting district, or were you wanting to go lower?
I'll stick with the upper.
Okay. So, as you make your way around, you ask a couple of the guards if there was a place you can head to, and they take a look and go, yes, sir. If you go over here, take this route and that there, you can find yourself at this shop. Give me just a sec. Just over that way, you'll find the... those are not great names.
What are you looking for?
I was trying to pick I had a random set of fantasy names for whatever the shop could be. So,
What's the shop?
Magic weapon shop. Fake Grim Reaper.
Hold on a second.
Belly of the Beast.
Grimoire of Antiquities.
Palindrome. Lord. Tomes and Tiaras.
It just sounds like a...
Spell-forged weaponry.
What was that?
Spell-forged weaponry.
FORGED space WEAP Onry.
Yes, spell forged weaponry. Spell forged is one word.
Oh, you're not asking me to spell it. I thought you... It's like, you need help spelling it, man?
No. Trust me, I'm probably better at spelling than most of us here.
So they tell you about spell-forged weaponry and point you out over to an area.
Very well.
And as you kind of go there, it takes you a second to follow the directions, but eventually you do find your way to what appears to be on the outside. Or I imagine, does Justin have a description for this? Or shall I create the description?
What exactly are you looking for right now, Milo?
Magic weapons.
Yeah, no shit. Do you have any idea what you're looking for? Like, what kind of weapons?
Yeah, I posted it like last week.
Ah, alright. Very well. So, as you get close to the location of the guard tells you about, you happen to look upon this store that seems to be kind of coming in and out of focus. As you get a little bit closer, it seems that the image of the storefront begins to sharpen. And as you get there, you notice within the windows hundreds of finely crafted bows. As you step back, it seems that the bows disappear. Step forward again and they reappear.
You also see this too, Dain, if you're following him.
Yeah.
Actually, whatever Dain is looking for appears in the windows.
Are you looking for anything in particular, Dain?
So, say he's looking for a sword. A sword shell, hundreds of finely crafted swords appear in the window. Hammers, battle axes, all appear within the window. So whatever it is that the searcher is looking for appears within the windows.
To answer your question, no, I'm not looking for anything right now.
So, because you're not really looking for anything, as you approach, it's kind of blurry to you, but you can faintly make out what appears to be hundreds of weapons cycling through at a time. It's very, very blurry to you, but it's like if you were watching this shop constantly changing in a time lapse.
Kind of like one of those old kaleidoscopes, I think they were called, where it's like
Kind of. So as you're watching, like you'll see people walk up to the window and they're like, hey, that's a really nice dagger, but their friend might be like, what are you talking about? There's no daggers in this window, there's only hammers. So this store seems to be very, very unique. It's hard to focus upon the actual building of the store itself. It seems to be stonework with wood, like wooden accents throughout. And the wood seems to be carved with runes that are glowing purple.
And it feels like you found what you're looking for, Milo. What do you do?
Very well. I'll head inside.
As you head
Wow.
inside,
As you head inside, it finally snaps fully into focus. And as you look upon the shelves and the walls, the floors, pretty much every surface that you would see normally, where somebody might sell something, has the most exquisitely crafted bows that you have ever seen in your life.
Welcome, my friends.
Dracula?
Shufflong?
Welcome to my shop. I am Herda Powers. Whatever you are looking for, I will serve you.
Oh, well, in that case, you got any bows?
Do I have any bows? Does a bird fly? Does a dwarf smith? Does a king rule?
Sir, I don't appreciate all this fucking show-offery. Can we just get to business, please?
You find yourself in a weapon workshop. I have many bows, both enchanted, as well as the finest craftsmanship available. Is there a specific kind of bow you're looking for?
Preferably a magic short bow.
I see. Just a moment. And you watch as he kind of flicks his hand, and what appears to be a host of different bows rise up from all across the shop and come forward as he just kind of looks at it and swipes it away. No, this is a long bow. And he throws it to the side as he kind of picks through them all to find the right ones. Ah, yes. Here we are. Now, I have here an excellent set of bows.
You say bows or balls?
Boars. I would appreciate it if you in the sky did not anger me. This is my accent.
Yeah, he does it every once in a while. Can't figure out where that noise is coming from.
It is just the gods. In any case, have a look at my selection here. If there is one that is of interest to you, I will tell you its price. So, as you take a look at the shop, so you're looking specifically at the short bows, right?
Correct.
Alrighty. So, there are 4 particular short bows that come up to you in particular. He indicates to you that one of them, there are 3 particular types of short bows that get stronger depending on how much you're willing to spend. One is a +1 short bow, one is a +2, one is a +3. He also is showing off a vicious short bow as well as a short bow of warning.
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to look up what those do.
You could just ask me,
Okay, what do the other two other bows do then?
Well, for the vicious short bow, I lost my note on that one. And here we... Let's see... There we go. For this particular short bow, any time that you manage to strike your opponent with a critical hit, they will take extra damage from the blow. So whenever you roll a 20 on your attack roll with the with this magic weapon, the target takes an extra 7 damage of the weapon's type. It's just straight up an extra 7. No dice, no anything else, just 7. As for the short bow of warning, you may not find this one as useful, if I'm remembering this correctly, because weapons of warning, I believe... where was it? It's probably under dagger warning, appropriately. The other one just said, like vicious weapons. Essentially, if I remember correctly, weapons of warning protect you from being surprised even while you're sleeping. Where is it? That's fine. There we go. This magic weapon, warns you of danger. While the weapon is on your person, you have advantage on initiative rolls, and in addition, you and any of your companions within 30 feet of you can't be surprised, except when incapacitated by something other than non-magical sleep. The weapon magically awakens you and your companions within range if any of you are sleeping naturally when combat occurs. So you have bows that just do more damage as a base. You have a bow that will do 7 extra damage if you were to get a critical hit. And you have a bow that, so long as it is in your possession, none of your bow people... None of you will be surprised none of you will be surprised that none of you or your allies within 30 feet would be able to get sneak attacked. If people are asleep, the warning bow would basically scream and wake everyone up automatically. That kind of stuff.
I'm gonna take the short bow off my back and be like, I was hoping to get something better than this, but from what I see here, it doesn't look like it.
And what is this? As he kind of eyes your bow.
I'll kind of hold it out to him to kind of gesture for him to take a closer look at it, and then just give a brief description of what I know about the bow.
This is quite an interesting bow. I must admit I've never seen anything like it. Where did you find this?
You know, you're not gonna believe it when I say this, but I found it on a kobold in a dungeon a while ago.
Well,
This is the short bow you've had since the start of the game.
Yes.
Nice.
That Justin had to
Greyhound's,
actually have me
sneezes.
break my normal short bow for me to realize what it is.
That is most interesting. Well, I might have a way of finding out more about it, but I suppose if the stronger short bows are not to your suiting, I suppose that I do have one particular bow here that, well, I suppose even you might find interesting.
What would that be?
I have here a bow called the Oath Bow, as he waves his hand and has it and brings forth a particular bow that I have a description of it here. There it is. The bow itself appears to have a gold handle, like gold in the middle, where after the part where you hold it and you knock your arrow, it fans out into two what looks to be almost wing-like things that have red lines through it. A golden sun in a middle inlay, red inlay. The stock of the rest of the bow is white, pure white, with a gold string off the back of it. This here is a very, very rare bow. You see, when you knock an arrow on this bow, it whispers to you. It seems to almost be somewhat sentient, you could say. But, essentially, when you use this weapon, you can essentially, you can use a command and say to essentially create whatever target it is before you. You can have them become your sworn enemy until it dies, or until roughly a week passes by if you don't kill it within a week. Now, you can only have one sworn enemy at any time, but whenever you make a ranged attack with this here oath bow against your sworn enemy, you will have advantage on that roll. Plus, your target will gain no benefit from cover. They will not be able to hide from your arrows. Plus, no matter how far away they are, you will be able to reach them, so long, of course, as you can see them. And should you hit them with this here bow, it will deal extra damage to your sworn enemy. But there is a drawback to this. For while your sworn enemy lives, your bow will have trouble focusing on anything but your sworn enemy. And so you will not have a much harder time attacking any other enemy with any other weapons that you have. TLDR, the oath bow, you can use it to create a sworn enemy, and so long as that sworn enemy is alive, you have advantage on attacks on them. They get no cover. They have no benefit from cover, and you suffer no disadvantage due to long range. If you hit your sworn enemy, they will take an extra 3d6 piercing damage from your bow. And when you can only have one sworn enemy at a time. When they die, you can choose a new one after the next dawn.
And this is a short bow?
Yes. But while your sworn enemy, if you have a sworn enemy while they are alive, you will have disadvantage on attack rolls with all other weapons. So essentially, if you're using the oath bow, you have to use the oath bow. Otherwise, if you switch to something else, your attacks will have disadvantage. And also, Justin has saying here,
Have disadvantage. Yeah.
yes.
It's definitely quite the bow.
Indeed, I told you it is a very, very rare bow.
And you said with this bow that I have already that there might be more to it? Is that correct?
Indeed. I'd love to take a look at it.
Well, I should be in town for a couple of days, so I'll tell you what. If you can look into my bow.
Oh, and by the way, in case you were
And-
interested, that oath bow is, I would sell you for 7,000.
Can you put that on hold for me?
Of course. And your name was, sir?
Milo.
Ah, Milo. Yes, and he waves his hand, and a note comes over, and as you watch as a quill comes next to it, and as he speaks, Milo, and you watch as the quill writes Milo on it. There we go, and then put it on there, and I will hold it for a few days in case you're interested in coming to pick it up. Now, as for this, have you had this particular bow identified yet?
I try to have it identified when I first got it. I just was told what I already told you, but nothing more.
Most intriguing. And who exactly was it that identified it? Were they an archmage, a master blacksmith?
No, unfortunately not.
The voice in the sky.
Most curious. Well, for what I can see here, fortunately, besides a +3 short bow, the only other thing I have that would be equivalent to this here bow would obviously be this oath bow, because I feel that this bow that you have, there's something about it that is, I can't quite tell. You see, I've made quite a few weapons in my time, but the craftsmanship of this is most intriguing. You see, the wood here on this bow, from what I can tell, I've only ever seen this kind of material from a spriggan.
What?
Oh, yeah, you know, you've never heard of a spriggan? Give me just a sec.
Maybe. I don't know. You tell me.
With a 18 in history. I'll say that you definitely, like, you don't know too much about them, but you have heard of a spriggan. And let me get the proper description of it. From what you know about a spriggan, spriggans are somewhat intelligent fey creatures. Generally, from, like, you haven't seen any yourself, but from what you have heard, they appear to resemble some sort of humanoid creature that resemble either vines or root-like branches. They're kind of essentially, many have described them to be almost like a sentient kind of tree. They usually are deeply connected to magic and the world around them, similar to a dryad, which you may have come into contact with a dryad in your time. Well, no, most people don't know too much about the spriggans. They're generally quite rare, but are also known to be very much imbued with magic.
Spriggan. Oh, you mean those tree people things? Yes, I've heard of them.
Oh, good. Yes. Generally, they're very hard to put down, and so, well, only the richest would prefer to craft things using their parts. It is quite curious that you would just find one off a kobold. I can't imagine a simple kobold would be strong enough to be able to take one down and craft their hide into a bow like this.
Milo,
Eh?
roll a history check.
I don't happen to have advantage on this, do I?
What did you get at?
A 7.
I want you to reroll once.
Well, if you have
Simply
advantage,
because
then it'd be 20.
Hold on. The reason I'm telling you to reroll once is because your deity, Istis, she's gonna favor upon you at this time.
So would you say I have just advantage on this roll?
Advantage.
Okay, so I have a 20 then.
as he says the words kobold, you suddenly see his image flash before your eyes, where you're looking. You clearly remember a kobold, and as you're looking down upon it, picking up the bow, it changes into a much, much larger creature that resembles a humanoid dragon. But this only occurs to you. So as you're listening to this, you hear the word kobold and you have like a flashback. And you remember looking down upon the kobold as you go to pick up the bow. And as you look, it turns into this creature that's, slightly bigger than Talos. A little meaner looking. And kind of looks like the dragon that you guys fought in the arena.
Could I possibly roll a religion check to get a better understanding of this?
You can attempt to.
22!
You realize that something had altered the memory, making you believe that it was simply kobolds. Then, reality, you guys have fought something much, much deadlier than what you're used to fighting.
Hey, Dain.
Aye?
Remember when we went into that dungeon way back when? And we fought all those kobolds and had that Minotaur drag us out?
I still have some of them. I still have some lunch from there.
Jesus. Are we sure it was kobolds that we were fighting?
Dain, roll me a history check. With advantage.
22.
As Milo says the words kobold to you, you instantly have a flashback as well. As you go to pick up the shield from one of these kobolds, you do recall having seen a dwarf corpse laying around near the shield. You just didn't recall seeing a hammer near it. But the creatures around you are no longer kobolds. Instead, they look more similar to the dragon that you fought in the arena. And a little bit taller than Talos himself.
Dane's gonna look like he's just been flashbanged. He's just like wide-eyed and just like, oh, I thought they were kobolds, but now I'm guessing the suspicion that they weren't kobolds.
Either of you want to roll history to see if you can remember what they are?
Sure.
I'll roll it as well, why not?
This can be an 11 for Dain and then 20 for me.
Oh, yeah.
Milo, you recognize what this creature is as a dragon ken.
A fucking what?
Dragon ken. You recall something roughly the same size and stature as these creatures as the citizens of Enraged. You may have never seen the face of the citizens of Enraged, but you do realize that based upon how big they were, these are roughly the same size in height as those citizens.
The gears are turning. It's like, oh.
Oh dear.
The hamster just fell off the wheel. It's like,
The wheel's still spinning, the hamster's just gone.
yeah.
The hamster decided it's time to clock out and go home.
No, the hamster is sitting there in fucking sheer agony of what it realized it's doing.
It's like, why am I keep on running just to suffer?
When I told
Yep.
you guys that I have so much more planned for this campaign than you realized.
Are you two okay? I'm kind of froze up here in my shop.
Yeah, I'm good.
Good as a conjectural word.
Anyway, back to the bow.
As I was saying, it is quite surprising that a kobold would have it made from a spriggan. But in any case, there's definitely something more magical about this. Aside from the fact that it's apparently it can splinter an arrow with a bunch of different thorns. Fortunately, I don't have quite the knowledge to properly assess such a thing. But if you're interested, I could certainly get a hold of the archmage, one of the archmages here in the city, and a master blacksmith to have a look at it to see if what they can determine from it.
Hey,
Sure.
Milo,
No.
take a look at the bow and roll me a perception check. The DC is going to be 10.
20.
As you're looking down upon the bow, you realize that it no longer looks like a brand new bow with just, like rose vine wrapped around it. The bow is now charred, and you can see clearly where a massive hand had used to hold this bow. And you see that anytime that the shopkeep picks it up, this bow begins to lengthen to his height. But anytime he puts it back down, it's your height.
Hey, Dan, it's gonna be really weird, but you want to take this bow from me? You just hold it in your hand?
Sure. I'm gonna go over and pick up the bow.
Dain, you're not going to notice much of anything, but Milo, as you're just looking at this bow and you're watching, you see that it grows to the height of Dain, so that it would suit him perfectly.
Dane, was our food from last night fucking spiked with something? Because I'm on a fucking acid trip right now, it feels like.
I don't believe the treasurer would spike our food, because that's also his food as well.
I mean, you don't know that, but
Dain is confused.
I'm just gonna slowly grab the bow back and hand it back to the shopkeep.
Now, if you want this to be done quickly, I suppose I could manage to organize a meetup by tomorrow. course, something like this naturally wouldn't be cheap. I'd have to ask for roughly 1,000 gold pieces for this. After all, you just can't walk up and meet with the archmage or...
Here as well.
So you're heading over 1,000? Hello?
I'll pay you once we're actually inspecting it. I've been ripped off quite a few times. Don't feel like having that happen again.
Very well. I will be a man of my word so long as you are, and I not only have your word, Milo, but also your word, Master Dwarf.
Aye. Black Spire is good on his word.
Ah, Black Sparrow. Good to know. Very well. Meet me back here tomorrow, and I should have an archmage and a master blacksmith for you to inspect your bow.
Very well.
And of course, in case you're still interested, I will have this oath bow here.
Speaking of which, you got daggers also?
Do I have daggers? Ah, and he waves his hand, and all the bows just go back to the places, and then he brings his hand back together again, woof, and you watch as a bunch of daggers just fly all over the place and come in front of you. But of course I have daggers. Please,
Sorry.
sir.
Magic daggers.
That is all I carry, sir.
Very well. Show me what you got.
Well. Similar to the bows, I do have a dagger of warning. So long as you have it with you, like I said before with the bow, you will have advantage on initiative rolls. You and your companions within 30 feet of you can't be surprised, except if they're incapacitated by something other than a non-magical sleep. The weapon will automatically waken you and your companions in range, so long as it's not magical and they are sleeping naturally when combat erupts. It will require attunement, though. I also do have a dagger of venom. Now, this here is something that I usually sell to aristocrats who prefer something for self-defense. You see, this
Do I not look like the type?
Well, it's hard to say, but for this particular dagger of venom, what it will do is it gives you a little bit of a bonus to attack with it, and so long if you use your action, you can activate the venom within this, and upon stabbing a creature or living thing, they will take poison damage from this here for 1 minute. After that, it has to recharge. Of course, except for that, I have stronger daggers. Roll me a perception check, Milo.
Nickboard?
24. Okay. As you look upon the dagger he's holding, you have to do double take as you're seeing Razor's Edge.
Where'd you get that dagger?
Oh,
If I might ask.
Fortunately, I cannot reveal most of my sources. After all, that would be outing them. Plus, I don't want anyone going above my head and buying from my suppliers, mind you. But it was from a very nice gentleman who came across it and he sold it to me.
You know where you found it by chance?
Unfortunately, I do not. But I do know it is a fine dagger here. It has a bonus to its attack, and of course it has the ability to poison whatever it hits. You certainly can't beat that.
Can I inspect the dagger?
I suppose so. Just be sure you don't cut yourself. As he kind of holds it up over to you.
I'm gonna take the dagger and try to find the button.
As you're turning it over in your hand, you said it's just a normal dagger.
Now, of course, I would not recommend it right now, but right here is the switch that if you activate it, and he accidentally clicks it. You watch as a thick black liquid rises up and coats the entirety of the blade. Oh, now it's not going to be able to. Here, if you. Hal holds his hand out for it. If you wouldn't mind.
I think I'm more familiar with this dagger than you think. What are you trying to do?
I accidentally activated the poison on it. I needed to ensure that you don't accidentally cut yourself on that. I don't want you getting poisoned.
Mallory,
Why? Is this dagger super poisonous? And if I stab myself, I'm gonna die instantly?
Well, I mean, depending on your
is
constitution.
his bones gonna break?
It depends on your constitution. But I imagine if your master dwarf here was stabbed with it, he'd probably be quite resilient to it. But, I mean, poison is still poison. That still hurts a lot.
Hey, Dean, you want to find out?
Please,
Not
no.
The voice of God just appears. No.
Let me guess. I put something where that black goo is, and it makes a stronger poison.
What? Why would you think that? This is a dagger of venom. If you activate it with that switch I just showed there, and then a minute has passed since he's activated it, and you watch as the black goo on it seems to dry up and turn to dust. Shh. There. After you activate it, the dagger becomes poisoned for about 1 minute, and all attacks that you make using it, if you hit whatever creature it is, so depending on how their constitution is, they might get poisoned for 1 minute. Plus, if they are not, okay. So if you use your action to cause thick black poison to cut the blade. The poison remains for 1 minute or until an attack using this weapon hits a creature. That creature must succeed a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or take 2d10 poison damage and become poisoned for 1 minute. The dagger can't be used this way again until the next dawn. Also, it has a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls when you make an attack with this weapon.
And how much is this?
So, as you're inspecting the dagger a little more, you realize it's literally just a normal dagger.
And
Okay.
it's not Razor's Edge.
Okay. How
Now-
much?
For a dagger such as this, I will simply charge 5,000 gold pieces for it. Very potent poison. Very dangerous.
Can you do 4,000?
You're gonna have to send me the race of whatever this merchant is. Because
He's human.
this is a very greedy.
He rolls his R's profusely.
He's a very greedy human.
He's a businessman. It's capitalism.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Nat 20.
Holy cow. Okay.
Listen, I'm gonna spend 1,000 gold just for you to inspect my bow. And potentially buy another bow of yours. I think you come down a little bit on this dagger for 4,000.
4,000. It's a little too low. How about I bring it down to 4,500? I do that for you, yes?
4,250.
Roll me another persuasion check.
$18? And that's gold right now.
He takes a look at you and goes, 4,300?
4,250, take it or leave it.
You drive a hard bargain.
Very well. The dagger of venom is yours. So you give him 4,250?
Yep.
Alrighty. Is that something I have in the compendium? It is. Here, I'll add it to your in-game inventory real quick.
Okay.
Oola bloop. Alright, dagger of venom.
Pleasure doing business with you, sir.
Likewise.
Perhaps any other daggers you're looking for? I have lots to choose from.
No, I think I'm alright.
Very well. And what about you, Master Dwarf? I have many weapons that I could offer for you. Perhaps a nice axe, maybe a sword. Perhaps you're looking for a crossbow.
I'm just gonna kind of take my axe off my back and kind of just hold it out for a second. It's like, I think I'm good.
Ooh.
Thank you though.
Very well. But, of course, if you ever need the finest in magic weaponry, please come again. My stock is always changing.
Don't worry, I'll be here tomorrow.
Of course, I will see you tomorrow for the inspection on that quite curious bow of yours. Alright, and so you two leave?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
All right, thank you.
Was that the voice of Talos?
That it is.
Sir Talos, you have returned.
Yeah, I'm not sure how long I'll be able to go on. I was able to get on to. They're letting me wait in their one of the waiting room offices. So.
I gotcha.
So, yeah, I'm just kind of sitting here. I'm probably gonna have to leave my car here. I'm probably gonna have to give them a few more minutes, and then I'm gonna call my brother and see if he can pick me up.
Darn shame. But you did just come in time for your segment, as both you and Greyhound, as we leave Dain and Milo, as they head back, as they leave the shop, and I imagine are heading back towards the treasurer's estate, correct?
That sounds like a good way to go.
Would be correct.
All right. Talos, you and Greyhound, I just waved by to Milo and Dain as they were making way to head over to some sort of postmaster to send off a letter. Whereas for you, you had made your intentions to the rest of the party that you were going to find the nearest paladin's garrison to tell them about Enraged Cool, and Greyhound indicated that he was wanting to have your help in purchasing some holy water.
Very well. Let's be off. Now, I wonder if
Oh,
the
by the way,
city has a map.
Greyhound's piggybacking on your shoulders.
At this point, Talos used to smaller creatures getting on his shoulders. It's like Talos just kind of standing there looking around, like, no, is there a map, something for the city?
You need some directions, citizen, as you are standing nearby a guard who addresses you.
Yes. I'm looking for the nearest Paladin's garrison. I have some information to report.
Very good. Of which order are you looking for?
Well, I myself am of the Knights of the Knights of Bahamut.
Ah, you're looking for the Bahamut. Let me check my notes.
Yeah, I'm having to pull up my notes real quick too. I'm like, wait a minute, let me double check. I'm making sure.
Bahamutan?
Ah, so you're looking for the Paladins of the Order of Bahamut. If you head in this direction, you take a few turns this way. He kind of explains a little bit. You'll be able to find your way to the order.
Thank you.
And so, following the directions, it's not too long. Like you were right here I described earlier, but the entire area, like the entire city, seems very oddly symmetrical and a little confusing. But because it's so symmetrical, following directions is not the hardest thing to do. And so you find your way until you get to what appears to be an area where there's a set of temples just kind of lined up, each one having some sort of symbol to another god strewn about all across the line. And as you kind of follow it, you keep following it until you find one that clearly has the symbol of Bahamut on it.
I'm gonna have to have you hop down, little buddy.
Alright, as he claws down.
Excellent. All right. Once I'm finished up giving my report, I'll see if I can get you that holy water you wanted.
Thank you. That'd be very important.
Excellent. Let's see. I go forward to enter.
As you approach, there's a single guard kind of keeping watch in the front. As he sees you coming up, he stiffens up and looks and goes, "Greetings. How can I help you?"
I do the salute of the knight, the Paladin order style salute, which is the clenched fist over heart. I hit Paladin Talos Shax to report.
Shax, you say? You may enter.
This is my my companion, and Greyhound. He will be requiring a request of holy water. If he may either wait here or follow me on your discretion.
He kind of looks down at the little kobold.
Greyhound just pulls both his hands out and are shaking them like hi.
That is quite interesting. But
a
kobold is of a dragonkin, and so therefore I can see him as a follower of Bahamut. You may both enter.
Excellent, thank you. I go ahead and start entering in.
So as you enter in,
leans over, climbs up onto Talos and just whispers to his ear, "Good thing they don't know I hate gods."
I whisper back, is like, mind keeping that to yourself, and please, you're going to have to walk on your feet for a bit.
You're not fine. As he crawls back off of you, just follows you.
All right.
As you make your
Yeah,
way
but-
into the temple, you see that the entire area, like the floors themselves, seem to almost gleam in a platinum look to it, with a light, almost royalish blue color of carpeting, leading the floor in the directions that people would normally be walking. The windows have stained glass of what appears to almost be ancient battles, and in the middle and most grandest, a stained glass view of Bahamut himself in his full platinum glory. As you see all around, there's acolytes. You see some people in robes. You see some in some rather like some plate armor, but mostly you see them in more simpler garb. Lots of clerics, and just all over. It's just hustle and bustle of activity.
See if there should be if there's any like a one of those. I don't want to say intern desk. I don't want to say that, but more of like someone
Like a secretary desk.
yeah, something like that. More like there's like that's more like for when people come in.
A scribe.
Scribe. There we go. There we go.
Yes, a scroob.
Scribe.
A scribble?
All right. As you take a look over,
Strap.
you do in fact see near in the main hall area that you've entered in, and you're seeing all this. There is a particular desk where there's a scribe that appears to be marking down on some parchment and hasn't really taken notice of you yet.
I approach.
And so they continue scribbling, and they feel and notice you above. They take a look at. Yes, sir. How can I help you?
Again, I make a more not as like stiff salute, but obviously like more respectful. Like it's like Talos Shack's report to submit a report, and also to direct my my small companion here for a request for some bottles of holy water.
I can
Greyhound
help out.
climbs up and kind of just lifts his head up.
Oh goodness! You, little one, you seem to have gone quite through the ringer. Ooh.
That he has gone through many dangerous perils and has shown great bravery and fearlessness. That is, especially in fighting the creatures of the underdark.
Oh, underdark. I can see why you would need holy water
Greyhound
then.
just stares at this scribe. Greyhound just stares at the scribe's eyes and just says, "Oh, if I would tell you the horrors I've seen."
His eyes kind of widen a little bit.
The horrors I've seen.
Please, sir, I'm just the secretary. I'm not authorized to take reports such as those. But I can allocate to the use of holy water.
Excellent. But I will need to speak with the base commander as soon as possible for the report that I need to make. It is may be of some quite urgent. Many lives may be in danger.
Certainly, sir. Give me just a moment. I'll send word, and we'll see if he's able to see you soon. As for,
Excellent.
and he scribbles something, and then onto another note, and then he throws it up into the air, and you watch as it almost seems as if the wind catches it as it flies back towards the building, and then it seems to take a sharp turn as it continues to flutter off into a direction. Hopefully, we'll.
Things have certainly changed since I've left my home. But
This is something merely that, we've come to have a lot of magical gear and stuff due to the location of the city, as well as the access to a lot of things around here.
that is a great improvement, and especially a great boon for the for our paladins and clerics,
Yes,
especially
right.
with help facing creatures of such vile evil.
Indeed. In order to allocate some flasks of holy water for your ally here, he will have to. There will be a cost for some of the holy water, unfortunately.
That is no matter. I will cover it. I will personally cover it. He has earned his bravery and my respect in that manner.
That's most honorable of you, sir. For a single flask of holy water, it'll cost you about 25 gold pieces.
How many will you need, my friend?
Oh, I just need the one.
Just one then. Here, and I take out 25 gold pieces.
Thank you, sir. Give me just a second. He kind of stands up and waves over to someone that's nearby, and they take notice. Oh, and kind of walks over. Can I get some holy water, please? Yes, brother. And you watch as they step away quickly, and after a few minutes, they return with what appears to be a flask. It's a metal a glass flask. Inside what appears to be water, but wrapped around the glass vial. Oh no, it's not glass, it's flask, isn't it?
Flask of glass and a glass of flask.
But it says you can shatter on impact. Okay, that's
It's probably like a glass, like an ornate glass, most likely.
Yeah. So, the glass is presented to you. You've seen lots of holy water in the past, Talos, so you're able to recognize it easily enough. Mostly they're kind of in a very simple bottle-like shape, but this one in particular seems to have a bit of inlay within it, as it almost looks like it had been partially carved. The water inside, it looks like water to you, Greyhound, but the bottle itself has the symbol of Bahamut embedded into it, and what appears to almost be some wings, decorational wings, kind of carved, flaring outward on the side of the bottle. Here you are, sir. I don't have to tell you twice, but naturally, if you were to use these against any fiends or undead targets, this would naturally harm them.
Thank you.
Yes.
I motion toward Greyhound for it to be handed to him.
Here you are, sir.
I'm just trying to reach over to grab it, and as he does it, can I have picked up all of the gold dust?
Gold
When I
dust.
shattered the gold coin,
Would you have
or
collected?
the coin, whatever it's called.
Would you have left that back at the estate, or would you have collected it at the time?
He would have collected it.
Okay, so you have just a small pouch that you pull out that has a bunch of gold dust in it.
He pours that onto the ground and picks up the vial of holy water and just smashes it onto the pile.
Oh,
As
good heavens.
the gold.
I just
as
look
the
at him
gold-
like very
sorry.
confused now.
As the gold starts hissing like loudly and starts becoming vaporized or whatever the word is.
Yeah, the gold dust that's on the ground as the holy water hits it. You watch as the gold, as it begins to hiss, the water kind of bubbles a little bit, and what almost appears to be black smoke seems to come off of this powder as it rises up in the air before dissipating really
What?
quickly, leaving a black mark
What?
on the floor.
What was that? I'm looking very confused and concerned.
I would have preferred you to do that outside. And then he kind of wipes to someone else.
My deepest apologies. My small friend, what was that?
That would be the remains of a coin of Gordon.
A what? I'm like, excuse me, what?
A
Very
servant
bad
comes
things.
over and mops up the black spot.
And where, by chance, did you? You know what? We'll discuss that later. Like, I have a report to give. We'll discuss that matter later. I'll have you just kindly wait outside on one of the benches, please.
Brown just confidently walks out with big steps, like he's very happy with what he did.
I apologize that he hadn't quite informed me of what he was planning to do. If he would have told me, I would have probably had something more safely prepped.
It's all right. And then someone else walks up to the desk. You said that there was a shax here, correct? Oh yes, here, sir. As he points over to you.
I stand more at attention, like.
Sir, Delvin Delsmith will see you now.
Thank you. And I head that way.
All right. And then, what are you currently doing, Greyhound?
Greyhound is, as before people, like, as he gets out of sight, he kind of just sneaks and tries to make sure that there's nothing left of the pile of gold.
You watch as the person that's currently mopping up is scrubbing really hard to get the black spots, speckles out of the floor, the platinum floor right now. As he's like, what is this? As you kind of watch, eventually you see as the black spots eventually come up.
I guess Greyhound will just wait if they have a waiting room, or just wait outside.
All right, and as you kind of fall into the back, give me a quick perception check as you were following the guy.
Give me 1 sec.
Or if you want, I could roll it for you.
Give me just a second.
Give me a
I can pull
sec.
it up.
Oh.
Are you talking to me or to Greyhound?
You, Talos.
Alright, give me just a second. Alright, that's gonna be an 11.
With that, you watch as after addressing you, the man that came to collect you whisper something to the secretary, but you're not able to hear it. And you watch as the secretary, as you're leaving, following behind this knight, the secretary writes another note, throws it up into the air, and it wisps itself outside. As you kind of follow through the platinum, with the platinum walls around you and the blue carpeting guiding your way, and it leads you around a couple corridors until eventually you get presented in front of a what appears to be an office, as there's a set of doors that are very finely crafted with platinum, gold handle inlays, and the symbol of Bahamut currently in the middle of of both of these double doors. And as the knight knocks on it, you hear a voice from within go, "Enter." And you watch as he opens up the door and stands aside as he waves you in with his other hand.
I do a respectful nod and enter.
As you enter, the door gets closed behind you, and before you, you see a rather plain office. There seems to be some fine metal chairs, crafted, what appears to be elven craft, in front of what appears to be a platinum desk. On top of it are multiple different papers, files, and a few parchments that are blank. You see a quill with inkwell nearby, as well as what looks to be a rather comfortable-looking leather chair that, sitting upon it, appears to be an older human. He seems to be, like, if he was to be standing up, he'd probably stand about 5'5", Clearly athletic build. He's got short, curled, white hair with brown eyes. He's got silky, tan-looking skin. A square face with a long, braided beard. Looks up at you with eyes that are both stern but kind-looking.
I stand at attention.
He then stands up and goes and gives you a salute. Delvin
I
Smith.
return the salute. Talos Shax.
Oh, it is Shax.
I know.
Interesting.
I know there's much I need to explain on how I'm here and possible information.
At ease.
And I will. I kind of relax a little more from the stiffness, and obviously, like Talos note, like from what the letter from his sister sent him, it's like he's obviously a bit nervous on show, especially coming forth like this.
Please come sit, my friend.
Thank you.
And he sits down as you sit down. When they told me that there was a Shax here looking to speak with me, I couldn't believe my ears. To think that there's a Shax in this land. Well, I suppose it wouldn't be the first time. But we'll get to that later. Talos Shax. I must say, it's quite impressive to hear that name. I haven't heard that name since I was but a young lad.
Yes, the letter of my sister that I was able to get to her and receive from her was a bit of a disbelief, especially now that I truly know the circumstances of what truly happened. My disappearance, as it were.
Yes. Fortunately, I wasn't high up enough in the order. I was very young when this happened 40 years ago, but later on, I would have what I believe to be your sister making several requests to any and all paladin orders of Bahamut across the world, searching for you specifically. For one Talos Shax.
She may have mentioned something with the letter. I'm actually hoping to receive a letter from her now. And somehow, during this, I will speak frank with you. The situation that brought me to these lands is actually, and the reason I am obviously not of an older age. A goddess took me from my point in time and brought me to this one for some unknown purpose as of yet. I know it sounds outlandish, but on my honor, it is truth.
It certainly does sound outlandish, but from what I understand, your father was a much respected man, and if you were even half the man that he was, then you no doubt share much of the same honor and rightful justice that he always had.
Proof of that I am my father's son. I take out my sigil and hold it up for him to inspect. And as you can see from if your eyes are able to see the enchantment upon it, only those of my father's blood or those brought into our family may wear this safely.
It is true. Man, that is something. I mean, I don't have to tell you.
You should have seen it when I woke up. You should have seen how I was. I woke up at 1 minute. I'm at my garrison, prepping my gear and out for another set for our bi-yearly training, and the next I wake up in the middle of the woods in this strange land 40 years into the future. When I received word from my sister, of course the first letter I received from her was, of course, with disbelief and a bit of rage on her part, on thinking that it might be some form of trick. And hearing the fate that befell my father and my mother, I was a bit inconsolable.
I imagine so. Fortunately,
Especially
I don't
the
know
fact
too
that
much
40
about
years of my life.
That is quite some time. And I no doubt that she was quite furious. After 40 years of searching for someone, naturally, there would be some ire towards any that may try to fool one.
Yes. And also a package that I received while I was back in Lancasquer. And in Portland Mountain, I received a package with an unpleasant gift inside it.
You don't say.
Yes, it was apparently a dragonborn that must have been at least attempting to pretend to be me, and their missing head was within it.
Ugh.
Yes, with a warning note upon it, which I'm certain it was more of a message that them believing whoever this person might have been was probably attempting to portray themselves as myself.
That is most concerning. There's another Shax, you think?
That or someone trying to pretend to be me for some honored glory or claim to my family's heritage. As my father's heir, obviously, right? But that would fall to my sister in case me being missing. But obviously, but that is my personal matters are besides the point. I do have some information that I have to share to you on what has happened since I've arrived.
Of course. If you wouldn't mind, I'll take some notes of this.
I'll start at the beginning. Do you happen to know of a village known as Duskwood?
Duskwood. And he kind of moves over a couple papers and look. Ah, yes. There were reports from a couple other paladin orders that they were dispatched to that location due to what it was only described as some sort of undead threat.
Yes, it was actually a cult, and I obviously the look I'm giving him is obviously like brace yourself for this. Turns out beneath the church there was a prison holding a lich.
He kind of catches his throat a little bit. I'm sorry. Did you say lich?
Yes. I obviously I looked at the door to obviously make sure and kind of give him a pointed look of volume. Yes. Apparently the church there was being used to keep this lich contained. Apparently it was powerful enough that they weren't able to destroy this beast, but they were able to capture and contain it. However, this cult was successful in freeing them. So from what I can tell you and what I know is that the other Paladin orders are working in tandem to try to track down this lich's location and the remaining of the cult in their investigation. They've even sent out the Ash Marchers as well. An entire garrison, 3 whole garrisons of them.
And that's what the reports were saying, along with some paladins that were sent to help replenish what was lost over there. The Ash Marchers, led by one Elias, is currently over there.
Yes, I kind of have a small smile there. I was quite impressed in meeting him in person. But I shake my head again. But again, to my matters. After me and my company assisted my companions I met assisted them in Lancasquer. There, we traveled to Portland Mountain, where we were tasked with escorting the treasurer from there to the capital here. Along that journey, we were supposed to pass through the Feywood.
Yes, it's quite famous off to the east here. Many a traveler go there, getting assistance from the elves there. Although heaven's been rather quiet for the last year or so.
I'm afraid I'm terrible news. The Feywood is no more. Apparently a war between red dragons and the elves happened, and the entire Feywood is now turned into a desert. The native people there have been usurped by some lord there. He has taken up abode and created a city he calls Anadrakul. He is currently many of the people there that are. He has many of them enslaved in some magical means. They are unable to speak unless ordered to. They can't even leave. And now we believe that the natives of the land have been trying to fight a guerrilla warfare against him. Originally, they sowed for peace with him to see if he could help their people. Instead, he went to try to slaughter them all.
As you speak, you watch as he's still writing notes, but his eyes are very much fixed upon you as you're speaking, as he's gauging your words and your stance. Like, he's able to tell that you're definitely telling the truth, but you can see as you're staring back at him a look of disbelief as, like, what you're saying sounds completely alien to him.
I know what I may say, especially with my own words, and if I need to have my companions with me to cooperate, I can. One of my companions himself, who was with us, decided to go back to help his brother, who was there, who was attempting to have a young girl removed for her safety, who was kidnapped by pirates and apparently sold into slavery to this lord. So the last message that we received that something had happened and that he and the girl were currently fleeing, and our companion had rode back instead of traveling with us with the treasurer to the capital. Normally I would have gone with him, but the treasurer's safety was paramount. But I have promised to try to at least attempt to go back and aid my friend. But I knew I had to let the garrison here and the capital know what the situation. I know it sounds fantastical, but when you see it, especially when being told that you not just expect a Feywood and find a desert, it's something you can only believe once you truly see it.
It certainly is fantastical. As he kind of puts down the quill and just puts his hand on his beard.
When we first arrived there, the people there were quite hospitable, but there was something I'm not quite sure what it was. I just felt something wrong. They claimed to worship the dragons, but when the only church of Bahamut I could found there was decrepit, and only an older priest was there, but very lackluster, as if it was very unwell kept. But one of the other disturbing things is the arena that they had there. They had a young blue drake that they used and slew for entertainment.
How barbaric.
I know. Something else, like while I was there, it was only for a moment, but right after the dragon was slain, it spoke something. Oh, great. Give me a moment, I have to look at my notes. See, I'm trying to pull up something pull it up on my phone to see if I can get the name of what that dragon said.
You're good. Okay. I'm also checking a few of my notes as well.
Yeah, that thing is so far back.
If I remember correctly, it was, I believe it called out another dragon's name.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to pull up, because I'm pretty sure it's in the notes.
Like it said its name, or its name, and then maybe its father's name or something.
Something like that, yeah, let me see. Okay, just got to the section over there.
And Greyhound, are you still just kind of hanging out over in the lobby of the temple?
Yeah, I don't see the name of the ancient blue dragon here in the notes.
We could pick that up a little bit later, but yeah.
Yeah, it's like but I mentioned that, like, what it said, obviously, like, I explained to him, like what it meant before it passed, and the shadow that quickly passed over the arena. And the lord of this new city, Anodrakul, I have my suspicions that he is not a human. I'm not sure what he is, but he definitely has both physical power and magical power in excess. And his guard, they seem to all be dragonborn, but something's off about them. All of them seem to be dragonborn, but from what I've been told, there's not many dragonborn in these lands.
No. Could they be
They all
perhaps
seem-
dragonkin?
Dragonkin.
Yes. They're
Aren't
not
they
quite like...
even rarer? Aren't they even supposedly rarer than dragonborns?
You would come to think, but... with how fantastic a forest turned to a desert, I'd be willing to believe about anything with that.
Ooh. I'm still wondering that something that involving with the goddess that brought me here through me and my companions here through time. I'm wondering if something might have affected the Feywood or the Feywood itself, because I know the rumors with Feywoods is that time seems to shift differently, but with it destroyed, maybe that time bubble around the Feywood was burned away when it was burned away, and that's why people are so surprised when they're finding it now.
Mayhaps. This Lord Thanatos that you're talking about,
Yes,
you saying he has a standing army?
it appears so, according to the rebels that the native elf people that have been fighting against him. When he first arrived, they originally approached him for aid because they were in desperate needs, especially after fighting off an army of red dragons, according to them. They were in desperate straits, but instead he either tried to enslave them or slaughter them and take claim of their lands and homes. All of them are well armed, and each of them seemed to, when we first ran into them, one of their leaders approached us for us to speak. Obviously, we were very on our guard, but when the patrol suddenly arrived, they immediately went to trying to harm him. Without provocation, he was unarmed, and they immediately attempted to seize him. And he was an elderly elf as well. All of them seem to have communications with able to send message to each other, and there's some type of magical artifact. They have a temple or some type of pyramid there that seems to be emulating with magic. The native people said there that originally it was meant to bury their dead, but who knows what it's been turned into now. There is something wrong there. When we were speaking when one of our companions was speaking with the young girl, she had no enslavement collars or anything like that on her, but her mind was not her own. She was definitely under some kind of magical control, and there's thousands of people there in the same condition. I don't know what kind of...
Hey, Talos, she did have a slave collar.
She did? Let me look at my notes. Let me check. Oh yeah, I'm looking at the notes right here, yeah. Oh, anyway. Oh, retract that. But there's thousands of them there. And I don't know how someone could control them even with a collar, how they could control them all, that many people, without some powerful magic. Fell magic at that.
No doubt. You sense dark power with your words. It is certainly not the will of Bahamut.
The moment I walked into the church of Bahamut there, it was immediate that something was off, because even if it's a small church, it would be well kept. But this, it was almost decrepit. As hard as it is to say.
They did have an actual temple to Bahamut there, though.
Yes, compared to all the other temples, though, it was it was quite small, and it looked like it was hastily put together.
Well, that's quite interesting. That indicates that the city is not entirely evil.
No, but perhaps not not all the people, but perhaps those that may be ruling it or making the decisions for the rulers. As you know, slavery is something that at least according with if you know my family, how my family feels with any form of slavery.
Of course, I'm rather averse to it myself. No one should be a slave. This is ill tidings and omens that you bring me.
Yes.
We thought that our eastern border was well protected, especially with the fire giants over there, and without any worry, as through the Feywood, many army would not be able to get through easily enough. But the Feywood is no longer a natural barrier in that direction. There's only a desert, with easily a standing army in that direction.
Yes, the few times the one we had to cross the river there, both garrison borders that were there at the river were completely burned out. All that remained there was charred bodies. And we did give them proper burial, though. They deserved that. But both the garrisons that we found near the river were completely destroyed.
That's not good. With how we've had no communication out that direction for some time, and with the word you bring me, if it all is actually true.
One moment. I pull in my bag and pull out the tattered message that I had, the paperwork that I had from the garrison, and pass on. These were the last of the message that I found that were in the garrison.
Kind of scrolls over it real
Looks
quickly.
at the dates and stuff.
Yeah, he reads it, goes over real quickly. Now, this certainly helps a lot. Red dragons.
I wasn't familiar with the names. I wasn't familiar with any of the names, granted, with being quite literally out of time, but still.
Of course. That is quite curious. Blue dragons, red dragons. Both being involved in this area. I don't like it one bit. The chromatics. Followers of Tiamat.
I shake my that's shaking my head like that's like it just slowly like when dealing with especially with with reds and blues at the same time. The fact that there was a blue in an arena, it was definitely, and it was certainly a young blue dragon as well. But the fact that they even had one caged, they would have to even a young blue dragon. That is not normal.
Definitely not. For something like that to be subjugated, someone was definitely trying to make a message.
Yes, and they had the abilities. They had the archers that they had around the arena were able to take it down. They attempted to fly out, and with a single volley, they were able to slay it.
Most concerning. But there's no word about these red dragons. According to this report here, there were supposedly hundreds.
And that's what's concerning me. Where did they go? And how, if there was red dragons, even if they were slain, if that's even possible to do with just without alerting other kingdoms, they would be quite little. It's the slaying of one dragon is enough to cause massive stir in the magics of the world itself.
Indeed. This is all quite concerning. I'll definitely have to send out some scouts to take a look in the area. We'll need to report to some of the other garrisons as well as a few of the other paladins, and we'll need to set up some defenses to buffer us from that desert. After all this time of having a natural buffer, we are completely unprepared for a potential invasion from the east.
Yes, especially with this new kingdom that seems to have arisen and placed its claim upon that land.
Indeed. Plus that weaponry that you're talking about. These firearms.
Yes, those are quite new as well, from what we could see. The first time I saw one being used was a companion of mine, actually. I was quite shocked.
Getting the materials and supplies for those is difficult enough as it is. There's a few in the city that have one for personal protection, but we don't. The city doesn't have nearly the means to produce those kind of weaponry. It seems like they prefer to old-fashioned magic to that.
Back when I was still, before all this, the only firearms that I knew of were fireworks or cannons. Rifles and things were nothing but drawings at the time.
Indeed.
40 years does tend to change things, though.
That
I have
does.
a very far, like a bit of a faraway look at that, like.
That it does. Oh. This is definitely all very concerning, Shax.
Some may not believe my words, but if we're able to get some scouts out there to corroborate with it, what I'm said.
Oh, believe me, I'm going to be sending out some scouts and getting some of the garrisons riled up. We're going to come get to the bottom of this as soon as we can.
Yes, and I believe from my group's actions on interceding on on the natives' people. Granted, it was more of a spur of the moment, and one of our companions, the one that stayed behind, had a moment of I'm not sure if I would like to call it gallantry or plain recklessness, but decided to attack one of the guards that was attempting to seize the old man, who turned out to be the leader of these rebels, of the native people there. But we were forced our hand into to stop them. I believe that they might have sent a message to them, and if my companions return, they may be searching out for us for reprisals, but
If you head back
Not
that
quite
way,
sure.
you'll have to be extra careful then.
yes, and we will be heading back that way. I will not leave a companion alone.
As you shouldn't. You've given me much to think about, Talos. I've a lot of reports to write now, and a lot of orders and commands to give.
I will be ready to serve if needed.
Hey, Greyhound,
What's up, my guy?
can you roll me a perception check real quick?
Fuck. Okay, what happened?
Oh,
What did I
gosh.
set myself into?
It's like, put me down, put me down, put me down.
Just a perception check.
Don't worry, Justin's not here, so I can't traumatize you anymore. Or any of us anymore, I should
Give
say.
me 1 second. I need to go
Giant
get a cold
spider just
pack.
comes up, it's like, what a delicious little morsel.
Y'all gotta keep on your
Give me 1
toes. You
second.
never know when I can blindside you with a roll.
Oh, 1 second. 1 second. I gotta mute myself real quick.
Okay.
Alright.
Doing okay there?
Yeah, like I said, I just need to grab a cold pack. My laptop's getting hot,
Yikes.
slowing everything down. Alright, well, no, it doesn't. Okay, there we go.
I'm probably gonna get back maybe another 45 minutes, and I'm probably gonna be having to get off.
Reception.
Not a problem. We'll probably be ending before too long here. Get perception from
Don't do the same thing again.
Greyhound.
Yeah, I pressed it. Hopefully, it doesn't do the same thing that
It's gonna do
happened
the same
before.
thing.
We're about to get roll bombed here.
Probably.
Flashbang out.
Give me 1 second. Maybe I need to
Refresh.
re-roll back into. Yeah, I'm gonna refresh. Roll 20. If you want to do it for me, I'll tell you my stat,
I mean, I have your
just
character
so
sheet.
we can get that over with. Oh yeah, okay then.
There's a reason why I have this, so I could just do boop with an 11. So, as you're just kind of hanging around,
11. Greyhound doesn't have plus 11.
you have a +4. You rolled an 11.
I'll say look, wait a minute. I think you're using Downs.
Not quite. You are just kind of hanging around and you don't really pay much attention, but you hear the door to the temple just kind of burst open, and you idly just kind of look over as you see someone running through the temple towards the back, and you're just kind of like, must be in a hurry.
Yeah.
Okay. Would I be able to follow that person?
Would you want to?
I would like to stealth
Go for it.
and follow him.
Part of my brain just like sees like someone running the ending like the freaking Snape meme with the billowing cloak behind them.
In a way,
Restarting my laptop, so can you please roll that for me?
yes.
Thank you.
Steal.
sorry.
That's a 29. Oh my god.
Still, it's just like I am
Hey,
the shadows. It's like
I think I'm pretty sure my plus is like a
11.
12 or 11 for stealth.
Yeah.
So yeah.
it's like I am the night.
And
It's
so
like even in the light, you turn invisible. It's like
you easily slink towards the walls and make your way toward behind them. Well, it'll probably be a few days before we'll be able to get anything accomplished, but you have my word, Shax, that we will be getting this done. We will send out some scouts to report on what we're seeing over there, and then we'll probably have to hold a council to determine what course of action will be needed to be taken, to see if there are any ill intentions towards this new power to the east. But
I concur.
you have done well. Very grateful for your aid in bringing this information before us. Fortunately, there's not much I can do for you in regards to it, but I suppose I can give you some information. Don't know if you noticed it earlier, but I said that it hadn't been a while since a Shax had been seen around here. And well, there has been a Shax that has made their appearance known a lot sooner than the last 40 years.
I cock my head like a bit of like confusion, but also like with intrigue.
Just then you hear, son, BAM! As the door gets blown open behind you.
I visibly jump in my chair and I turn toward like what the hell?
As you see huffing and puffing with the doors open, standing in the middle, in a cloak, stares right into your eyes as you're looking back towards her. Talos! As your blood runs cold and your mouth runs agape as you stare into the eyes of Aaron Shax. Brother?
Like I weakly, I slowly, and then like obviously very like I'm trying not to tremble, and trying to hold my emotions in check while I'm standing up. It is and I show I slowly take out my sigil and hold it out to her. It is
Talos! And she runs at you and just tackles you with a hug.
Oh!
Tears streaming down her face.
I decide not to. I just
follow.
Yeah, you were right behind Greyhound.
I
as
can't hold it
Greyhound
back
sees
anymore. I start I hug her. I hug her just as tight, and like just all that emotion and everything I've been just comes out.
Greyhound goes over to the guy Talos was talking to, kind of like nudges on him, like I kind of motion him to let's get out of this room, give them some time.
He was already standing and starting to make his way out. I'll give you two some privacy. Hello? Who are you? As he follows you out.
Alright. Greyhound did what he felt he needed to do now.
I think the guy's gonna be asking like Greyhound, like, who the hell are you?
That's what he was asking.
Hello, I'm Greyhound. Greyhound Oric.
I kind of threw my sobs. He's a friend. I kind of like wave him off, like.
Okay then, and he just kind of follows you out.
Let's give him some time. As like Greyhound is like slowly getting more and more pushy, like actually dragging this guy out of there. The more he's like asking questions.
Yeah. So as you leave, Talos, you're left embracing your long lost sister as she kind of separates herself from you. You see that between her wet, like teary-eyed face, you can see a much more matured and older Aaron that you'd remembered from. But due to being a half-elf, you notice that she doesn't appear as if she should be 60 years old. She seems to be much closer to that of a 30-year-old or so.
All right.
Far more mature looking and a little taller, wearing just very simple robes and a dress underneath, as she just is hyperventilating just seeing you.
I kind of like, could you? All grown up now.
I can't believe it's you.
God's the time I've missed. I'm so sorry.
Ken, she said that I might find you here. I couldn't believe it.
Is she here?
No, here. As she reaches into a pouch and pulls out a letter. She said she wanted this to be delivered to you.
Oh, we'll read that later. We'll read that together later. Let's find somewhere we can a bit more privacy. I hug her back. I hug her fiercely. Like it's like obviously I'm like at this point I'm almost babbling at this point.
And yeah, you to kind of leave the temple as Greyhound is just conversing with the leader. He's just all like, "Hang on, are you not a follower of Bahamut?"
Head back to the. You can head back.
Immediately goes into stealth.
Head back to the treasurer's estate. Meet you back there. He is a guest of the treasurer. Like, say back behind my shoulder to the.
He kind of rubs his temples a little bit and he goes, I'm too busy for this. And he's like, give me a few messengers. We got a lot of work to do here. Hey, you got it. And yeah, you just disappear.
Yeah.
Greyhound just crouches and immediately no one can see him.
And so as you leave the temple, like Ken is just doesn't even say a word, or Aaron doesn't say a word. She just continues. She just looks at you and has one hand on you at all times, just trying to make sure that, like, in a way that you can tell that
they don't
she doesn't
vanish.
Yeah, she doesn't believe her eyes. She doesn't want you to disappear.
I'm holding her just like strongly back, like all that emotion, all that held in emotion from his experience, from like reading, realizing what had truly happened, how much time he has lost. The letter from they received first from his sister, from everything, all his experience up to he's like all that was like he's trying to even like even though a lot of it has come out, he's still trying to hold enough of it in check so he can function to get them somewhere where they can speak in private and more comfort.
And you're able to find it in the form of a nearby park, as the entire you don't have too far to go. Nearby the temples, there are multiple different parks that are available, as you find a nice comfortable alcove of plants and trees next to a pond that you can sit next to. As she just kind of looks at you.
I set like my hammer down next to me, and I like to brace myself, kind of like a cane or whatever, kind of like as I sit down.
Brother, it has been so long since we've seen you. It's been 40 years.
For me, it's only been the blink of an eye. Gods can be cruel sometimes. Where should I begin? Let's start off with how this has happened to us. I proceed to tell her like what happened that night that I could remember, and suddenly about what the goddess teleport using the power, got powers to bring me 40 years into me and my companions 40 years into the future from different parts, and our adventures from Duskwood, all through against the pirates and the sharks, and all the way up through Enraged, the fight with the fight with the diva. I even show her. I even put in her hands the sunblade.
She kind of turns it on, just looking at it like, whoa.
I take out my hammer and show her and that it's finally gotten the hammer has finally gotten a name.
Wow, your hammer looks so differently. It's got this weird metal, it's got weird colors in it now.
It's been reinforced with a meteorite. It's silver. It's inlaid with silver.
Wow. Your tales are incredible, Talos. It's also hard to believe. You've gotten hurt so much, though. You've lost a lot of your scales, and you have so many more wounds that you had before.
I kind of look at myself and kind of just as if I'm just realizing this now. It's like, yes, been through the mill, as Father would say.
Yes.
My eyes kind of go dark at the moment I mention Father, and bow my head a bit more.
He died to save everyone, you know.
He may have been retired, but I would never have stopped him from doing what was right.
Yes.
If I could have been with him, maybe. And Mother.
We haven't seen her in a long time. She simply disappeared not long after you had. We thought she left to go see if she could find you, but it's been years since we've heard from her.
If we hear anything, we will find her.
Yes.
We will reunite, have our family back again.
I would most like that.
Tell me about you.
Well, truth be told, Ken and I have been very, very busy. I imagine.
From her letter, it sounds like she is now in command.
Yes. After everything that happened with Baphomet's avatar, she had to step up and take command because there was no one left.
I kind of stop at that and say, no one left. what about my garrison, my men, my friends? She didn't mention anything in the letter.
It might be in the letter that I just gave to you. That we did.
I kind of just, I guess, as if I'm just remembering it. Like, oh,
we did still have some of them, but unfortunately, we lost a lot of. There's a lot of the order that was lost that day.
Oh.
Darian. We lost Darian. I wasn't there, but from what Ken told me, as they were doing the final assault, they were being flanked from the side by their enemy forces, and Darian, he sacrificed himself to seal off the corridor and prevent the army from getting routed. He saved hundreds of men.
Damn brave fool. I'd always have the glory to himself, wouldn't he? What of the twins?
They've currently been training the new paladins. They work
Ripping them
together
into
to
shape.
Yes, they've been working together to help bring up the next generation of paladins. Sadia, she's second in command. She's been working with Ken to help make sure that the new order is in good fighting shape. Parzival, he became a cleric actually. He realized that being a paladin wasn't quite for him, I guess, and found that he had more aptitude for being a cleric. And so he's become a healer of the order.
He always had much more of a kinder, gentler hand as well.
But Sindri, she's also gone. After Darian fell, and after the fight, she sustained some bad injuries, but she, after she was all healed, she said that she had to find her own path and left. Sadia seems to have been able to keep in contact with her, and she seems well, but Sindri doesn't seem interested in rejoining the order.
We all find our own paths. Bahamut's will.
Not many others survived the fight. From what Ken told me, it was a bad fight. It was only stopped by our father.
If I had been, like, it keeps popping into my head. If I had been there, what? One can never know the machinations of gods.
No.
Can only hope that they know what's best and guide and follow their guidance.
Indeed, and I don't know about this Istis, but if you say that Bahamut has told you that you're on the right path, that must be true.
That is. It's been one of my few solaces that I've had.
I mean, you even recovered this artifact, this sunblade. Surely
That was quite a surprise, to be honest.
Surely it must be some sort of instrument or weapon of Bahamut.
I smile. I stand up. Allow me to show you. I said, and I activate it.
She covers her. Ooh, that's bright.
Oh, apologies. I caused the light, the brightness to go down a bit more. Apologies.
Wow. It's like you're carrying the sun with you.
Yes. This weapon is a great bane to those of the forces of darkness and evil, especially those of vampiric and demonic. I hope maybe even that foul lich. If only I had this in that encounter. I put it away, and I have the blade color, and I put it away. But enough of all that. We're together again. Which is more than more than I could have hoped and dreamed for.
Yes, of course. Unfortunately, I will have to return to Ken. I must simply tell her and say that I saw you in person. Perhaps you would also be able to send a letter with with me.
Oh, I will. And maybe what were those things that, if they, I know they were when we were children. We always had to take. It took hours for painting, but weren't that one lad, wasn't he working on something to send to make lifelike pictures before? Magic or something like that? I wonder if they've gotten better at that.
It has been 40 years. We've been so busy with hunting down the remaining cultists of Baphomet that something that obviously we haven't taken a look at, but absolutely. You can certainly see how they were doing with that.
Yes, well, definitely. How long are you staying for, by the way?
A few more days. We weren't sure how long we could spare, so I went to travel as soon as Ken got your letter, and then she wrote up this one and wanted me to personally deliver it to make sure that it got to you directly and to confirm that it really was you.
Really was me. That's the letter I first received for her was some quite choice words for if someone was pretending to be me.
Oh, she was quite furious.
Apparently as I mentioned before, that unpleasant box, someone was apparently pretending to be me.
I don't know about that.
So, right.
Ken told me that you said something about that in the letter, but she didn't really know much about it. A few days later, we received a letter from someone else, from I guess a cousin of yours.
Huh. So I'm still it's Talos is still trying for the life of him, so thinking of I don't remember any cousin.
Apparently he was a nephew of a father, although we didn't really know about him. Ken was
family
talking
relations,
about it.
perhaps.
Yeah, apparently.
Maybe got himself mixed up in some unsavory types, perhaps trying to use our name to bolster himself. But
I don't know. I mean, the letter was asking if we had seen their father. Someone called Lored or Lord Shax. The letter was. I wasn't sure if it was miswritten or something. It's spelled like Lorrred. I guess it may have been a brother or father?
But maybe I'd be estranged. Father, from what I can recall, father never truly mentioned him.
Indeed. Ken and I didn't know either. It was quite a surprise, but Ken thought that it might possibly explain, why you got that head, and it may have looked like you. I mean, if father's brother, this Lored, looked anything like him, then... Well, I don't know.
Perhaps. Anyway, we have a few days we can spend together to. I know it's not great compensation for the loss of 40 years, but I'll do all I can to make it up to you. And I can probably get you some better accommodations, especially after assisting the treasurer.
I can't even believe that you. For one, you actually met him, but two, you're actually serving under him.
Yes, it was quite a surprise when we first met, and especially for not knowing quite who he was at the time, and being informed by one of my companions.
Honestly, I don't quite know well about myself either, but everyone around here, anytime his name is spoken, is with such respect.
He's
my understanding.
Quite adept in magic himself.
Yeah, he seems to be one of the most powerful men in this land of Dundras.
He definitely has a much influence. I'm glad I'm considered as an ally to him. He has been most understanding and kind as well.
Well, that's good.
Hey,
if he did anything to you, I would certainly have words with him.
That you would. I doubt not. Now come. Let us find something to eat. Let us find some refreshment, and we can catch up even further.
I'd like that. And so, as you and your sister, Erin, take a step up as the sun begins to set, you travel back towards the treasure estate where the rest of your allies await. That is where we're going to end the session for today.
Excellent.
Man,
Hello? Yes. Okay, I'll be out there in just a little bit, thank you.
Well, good
All right,
timing,
yeah,
I guess.
He's wanting to point something out to me. It's not done. He's
Well, it's good timing.
my brother's about 15 minutes away too.
I gotcha. Well, you all will get 500 experience points for this, for good, excellent role play. And I'm going to deafen real quick as I end the session. Be right back. As our heroes get comfortable and take advantage of all the spoils and things that the city of Lancasquer has to offer, as they prepare themselves to make a further journey back towards the east to return to their ally, Dallin. What new adventures, what new dangers await them as they look ahead to the future? Find out on the next exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras.